他にこのモニターと同じ。
Testing, testing. Testing. Testing for the microphone. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you.
どっちの方聞こえますか、この声のレベルで。どっちの方
もう少し大きい方が良いでしょうか。Okay, so now it's time to start. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Matsumoto Juku. My name is Hori from JICE, and I am a Master of Ceremony for Matsumoto Juku through day 1 to day 5. And for Japanese students, kindly note that my explanation will not be translated into Japanese. 日本の学生の皆様、司会の説明は、日本語には、通訳されませんので、レシーバーから日本語は聞こえてきません。ご了承ください。Okay, let's start today's session. I'm happy to introduce Kuge-san and Okui-san from JICA. They will carry out the orientation of the program. Okui-san, Kuge-san, the floor is yours. よろしくお願いします。
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kuge, so Senior Deputy Director General for Energy and Mining Group, JICA. So nice to see you. So welcome to Matsumoto Juku. Yes, and I have been working on energy issue in developing country for long years. particularly focusing on the decarbonization. But it's difficult because decarbonization is cost. People of developing countries are angry. So developed countries made economic growth with fossil fuel. But why they don't prohibit us? So we have to realize the balance of human security and economic growth. The key is the balance between decarbonization and stable energy supply, stable supply of affordable energy. Innovation and social transformation are necessary, and young generation who can take on these roles are needed. JICA started this Matsumoto Juku last year based on the suggestion by Matsumoto Sensei. He was the president of Kyoto University and the director of this research institute. He was a leading scientist and educator. He passed away this June. He wanted the next generation to have the will to change the world. JICA fully agreed with him and started this Matsumoto Juku. JICA prepared world-class teachers and the opportunity for debate and presentation for you. Technology, geopolitics, international politics, business. I hope this week will be a special week for you. So thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Ayusa Okui, and I'm working in JICA under Mr. Kuge. I won't talk about something difficult. I'd like to explain a little bit about other things. But I'd like to say that it's great to see all of 15 of you here today. Over the next days, we'll not only study together, but also spend time learning from each other. I hope this program will be both meaningful and fun for all of us. Let's start with self-introduction. Since we are the participants today are all PhD students or master's students, please share your name, your university and research field, and something like, for example, your hobby, what's your interest, what do you do to enjoy, and what you're looking forward to see in this program, something like that. So please talk about 1, 2, 3 issues. I'll go first as an example. My name is Ayusa Okui. I'm not a PhD student or master's student. I work in JICA, Infrastructure Management Department. What I'm looking forward in this program is to see all of your faces with satisfaction from learning from each other and making memorable moments at the last day of Matsumoto Juku. Okay, that was an example. Okay, let's start with you. Sorry.
My name is Omihara Kizuku. I'm a master student in Kyoto University. My research field is fusion physics. So my hobby is training. Training. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gakuho Namao.
first year master's student at Waseda University in Science of Engineering. So my research field is my research focus on between mechanic and chemical of wood pellet. Wood pellet is biomass fuel used in power plant. So I often I often investigating chemical components on wood. So my hobby is watching and playing soccer. So if you like soccer, please chatting with me. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Nozomi Oncha, so please call me Nozo. And I'm a master first student and I'm practicing. I'm joining the Institute of Science Tokyo. Previous name is Tokyo Institute of Technology. And my research field is to research my nuclear field, nuclear engineering, especially nuclear, how to spread the nuclear materials, especially in the air. So this is my research field, and my hobby is to taking photo. Especially I often use camera, especially um, named GFX 100S 100S. It takes a little bit expensive, so and I take photo, sightseeing photo, beautiful sightseeing photo. So I want, and yesterday I took photo and Keihan Kin poem, so I enjoy taking photos. So and thank you. That's all.
Let's move on to you. Thank you.
Nice to meet you. My name is Mie Fujimoto. I'm a second year master student at Kyoto University. And I belong to a research group, biomass. I usually research conducted use MC mass or FT mass or use machine. And my hobby is oil painting. I'm not good at English, but I want to talk with you about climate. I want to run a lot, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, everyone. I'm Yoga On from Tohoku University, which is located in the northern part of Japan. And my research field is energy system analysis, especially renewable energy. In my PhD thesis, I focus on the role of biomass energy in the energy transition and energy systems. My hobby is playing the violin and the viola and writing paper. Nice to meet you, everyone.
Hello, I'm Taika Sugiyama from the University of Tokyo, and I don't know where to look at, but so I am in the third year of doctoral course, and my study is focusing on the governance of infrastructure projects, and it's pretty interdisciplinary area, so I'd like to get a feedback from all of you, discussing like different angles about the governance of those infrastructure development projects around the world. And my hobby used to be playing tennis, but right now I don't have much time for it, so I just do running every other day. Yeah, it's really hot though. But yeah, very nice to meet you all.
Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Koki Kozu from Hitospace University. I'm first year student in master course. I specialize in economics, especially development economics. And so my research field is to learn about the microfinance and the interaction of microfinance with informal sector. Informal sector is kind of technical word, but it refers to the all economic areas not registered by the government or municipal bodies. So that is my interest. My hobby is to go to the museum, to go to museums and appreciate paintings. And what I'm looking forward to is to, I'm an economics student, so I'm not very familiar with science or issues related to science. So I'm looking forward to learning from all of you guys about those kind of issues and some trends. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Archie. I'm from the Philippines, and I'm an incoming second year for the Master's in Business Administration, focusing on green transformation in International University of Japan in Kyoto. And my research is about optimizing the energy mix of the Philippines for carbon reduction. So my hobbies are, I like playing volleyball, but lately I've been trying golf and batting center, each influenced by my Japanese friends in Niigata. So I hope I could build that with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Muhammad Hussain from Egypt, Bangkok in Sama. So basically, I'm a mechanical power engineer. My field is energy field. So I'm a mechanical power engineer. I work as energy engineer at Ministry of Electricity and Renewable Energy in Egypt. And I'm here in Japan to study MPU at GRIPS, National Guardian Institute for Policy Studies. My program is GX program, Green Transformation, sponsored by JICA. So my research field here, I'm studying the energy transition. So my research topic about the solar energy adoption in industrial sector and BESS. So I think some of you know about it, the battery energy storage systems and the adoption using the decarbonization and these things. So my hobby and interest in these things actually because I work at the field of energy, Department of Energy in Egypt. So my hobby here is jogging, or you say jogging or surokotodes in Japanese, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's my hobby. Also the soccer surokotodes or to watch. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Atsushi Kara from I'm master second student of Waseda University, is located in Tokyo. My research field is life cycle assessment. That means quantify for example, GHG emission or biodiversity impact through the whole life cycle of any products or services. And especially, my research topic is analyze the waste footprint. That is like waste version of carbon footprint. Yeah, and my hobby is gym workout or playing and watching baseball. Yeah, I love baseball. Yeah, I'm very happy to get together in this event. So I want to learn so much stuff through this event. Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Noah. I'm the master first student of University of Tokyo. I major in economics, especially econometrics. I'm very interested in the Delhi Metro of JICA project. Delhi Metro has a women-only course called in Japanese Josei Seiyosha. That I'm researching now how the effect of J Metro on women's empowerment. My hobby is playing piano and cello. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is Abdullah Rafi. You may call me Rafi. I'm from IOJ, International University of Japan. I'm doing their master's. I'm second year student. My field is green transformation. My research topic also green transformation in the energy sector for the islands in Bangladesh. And my hobby is reading book, and I have a team to be the sustainable strategy in the energy sector. Is an energy sector expert in the green transformations in future. This is my dream, and in fact, I'm doing research in the economic impact of green transformation in the energy sector in my country. And that's all for the time. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies because my name is quite long. So my full name is Muhammad Fakhruddin bin Satensuri, but you can call me Ruti. I'm from Malaysia and previously working in the Ministry of Environment under the Climate Change Division. Right now, I'm a first year master student in Sumekan ED in Bangkok in the field of international cooperation policy. But my research will be focusing on the efficiency of local government in transitioning into low carbon cities. I shared my hobby with Rafi-san and Hachi-san as well. I used to play volleyball, but right now I think I stick to reading books, and I'm looking forward to learning from all of you and networking. Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Nusrat Wara. I'm from Bangladesh and also an MBA student from IUJ. My research topic is electricity market liberalization of Bangladesh in the context of a developing country like Australia. So I will analyze the viability, impact, and some policy recommendations related to it. As for hobbies, I don't know, I think right now I like to, in our campus, it's very good for walking. So I like to walk nowadays in the morning and in the evening. I'm very bad at debates, and normally I always lose an argument. So I'm really worried about the debate here. But as I can see, there are a lot of intelligent people here. I will learn something out of it. And thank you for having me here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, my name is Natsuko Asaki. I'm a master student at the University of Tokyo. And my research field is airplanes, especially the unmanned aircraft systems, such as drone. So I research on the best way is how to transit it from the normal in the using agriculture to emergency in the using and water fruits. So my hobby is the driving, especially the driving, but I don't have the car license. So I want to take this car license next summer vacation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Also from JICA,
there's Mr. Kuge. He already introduced himself. And we also have Mr. Neto. And myself from JICA, and also
Hi, I'm Hiroka from JICE, and I'm happy to see you today. So the JICA participants already know me well, but for the Japanese students, thank you very much for your cooperation. And I'm sending you the so many emails so far, but I'm so happy to. I was looking forward to seeing you today. Thank
you very much. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on to facility introduction. About the facility, this is the map of this facility. We mainly use 3 rooms. Where we are now is called community hall. We will have the we will mainly use this room for the lecture. And at lunchtime, we'll move to the seminar lounge. It's probably difficult to see, but there's a seminar lounge. We will eat the lunch here. And for people who use the clearance room, we will use seminar room here. This is seminar lounge, and this will be called seminar room. You can use this room or as a clearance room. Okay. If you got lost, you can ask us for your okay. Thank you. And moving to waste disposal rules. One important thing in Japan is how to dispose of garbage, as you might all know. In here, you need to separate trash into 3 categories: burnable, non-burnable, and plastic bottle. And non-burnable is like cans only. Okay. So plastic bottles like this and cans and others. Others all go to burnable. Okay. And for the plastic bottle, you need to take off these labels and also the cap. And this bottle goes to plastic bottle. And this cap and this label goes to burnable. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. About this schedule, it might be difficult to see. I will send you the link after this time, and you will be able to see the schedule, the updated version, and also the lectures you have. You will have lectures, and after each lecture, you will be able to see the document that the lecturer uses. Okay. For those staying at the hotel, every day bus comes to pick you up at 9:15. Okay, so please be ready at 9:10. And those who stay here, please come to the community hall at 8:50. I don't know, 9:50 every day. Okay, thank you very much. And on Thursday, this is for Japanese students only. On Thursday, after the lecture, so after 17:30, we will have a brief session by JICA, briefing session by JICA, so please stay here after the lecture. And those who stay in the hotel, go back to the class at usual time, okay? That's only for Japanese students. And final day checkout. On the last day, our Japanese students, please pack the luggage on the morning of September 5th and come here. You should leave your belongings in the senior room. Senior room is declared. Please leave all of your luggage here on the September 5th morning. We will announce this on September 4th as well, so don't worry. If you have any question about the facility, schedule, or anything else, please free to ask me or Jakarta or Yogata. That's about all for today's orientation. It was very quick and short and late. Well, let's enjoy this program together and make the most of the opportunity here. Thank you very much. And now we will move on.
Thank you very much, Kudir-san and Doki-san, for the orientation. Okay, now we are moving on to the next session, and I'm honored to introduce our moderators who will lead the explanation and progression of the today's session. First, we have Mr. Sadaaki Numata, Honorary Chairman of the English-speaking Union of Japan and a former ambassador to Canada.
Obviously, I'm the oldest person here, maybe 1.5. I was involved in the English speaking. Sorry. Thank you. You know that how physically, how I'm an amateur in scientific and engineering matters. I was a diplomat for 41 years, and after my retirement, I've been involved with the question of fostering global communicators through the promotion of parliamentary debate and public speaking. Now, at least I heard one of you having experienced debate, and most of the other people may be strangers to debate, but you are perfectly capable of debating if you're intelligent and if you're interested in the subject. It's not professional wrestling. It's a very civilized game, and I think you will begin to enjoy it. Last year we had a similar session with a group of Japanese graduate students and the trainees from other countries. And they were a bit nervous when we started because they were debating for the first time. But there was a curious synergy at work. The Japanese students were sort of stimulated by the very active arguments put forward by their international counterparts, and they wanted to put their case across. And by the end of the third day, we had a very wonderful synergy that we found very encouraging. That's why I think we are repeating it again today. One last point. Each of you mentioned in the case of the hobby. Do you know what my hobby is? Playing the guitar and singing. Singing American folk songs and songs from many other countries which I visited, including chanson in French, Spanish, and some rock and roll, but not heavy rock. Thank you very much.
And we have another moderator, Ms. Makiko Okada. She is Vice Chair of the English-Speaking Union of Japan and Head of the ESUJ Debate Club, a former professor at Yamanashi Eiwa College and teacher at ICU High School. Ms. Okada has a key figure in organizing and managing the ESUJ University debating competition and introducing parliamentary debate throughout Japan since 1998. Thank you very much for your introduction. Good morning, everyone, and nice to meet you. Okay. Today, I'm going to give you a very crash course on debate. Okay, and for you, you will have to debate this afternoon. So I think that it's going to be a little difficult, but I hope that my directions will help you. Okay, now debate is, there are several issues, the content of course, strategy, but time management is extremely important. Okay, so we have 40 minutes, 20 minutes. I plan to explain about debate, and the remaining 40 minutes I'm going to divide you into 3 groups and have you discuss some of the notions that you'll be debating about. Okay? Right. So, when you hear about debate, maybe you have a negative introduction, saying that you have to decide whether something is black or white, right or wrong. But that's not necessarily true. Debate is a way of discussing ideas so that we can come up with a very, very productive conclusion and it is also training to inquire, okay, and to question, right? So please be very, very active and listen carefully and see what you can question and inquire about, okay? So that we can make the best decision at the end of the debate. Okay, now why debate? Why not discussion? If you look at this, the top is a roundtable discussion. Now, often discussions, many people can exchange ideas, but there is a problem about discussion. Some people talk for a long, long time. If you have 10 people in the discussion table and one person talks for, let's say, 10 minutes, then probably 5 people will not have time to talk. Okay? So it's in a way not an extremely very fair way of interaction. Now, in a speech, as you can see, you have one person speaking or a lecturer who is giving you his or her ideas, okay? And it's often a one-way means of communication, although there is question time. So what's different in a debate? In a debate, here we have 4 debaters on each team. In this seminar, we're going to have 5 debaters on each team. Each debater will have certain time for themselves to state their opinion, okay? And today we are very limited in time, so each debater will have 2 to 3 minutes to express their ideas. Okay. Now, in a debate, you don't talk just the debaters. You talk to the audience. Okay, so there'll be 10 people debating, and the rest of you will be the audience listening, and the debaters will be talking to the audience. Is that all right? Okay. Now, order of speech. Okay. There will be 2 people on each side. And there'll be a proposition side and an opposition side. Okay? Now, we will give you a motion, Rondai, and we will tell you which side you are going to be on. Now, you personally may be against the motion, but if you are on the side of the proposition, you have to propose. Okay? And if you are on the opposition side, you have to oppose. Why? Why do you have to do things that you are against? It's for you to look at a motion from a different perspective, even if you are against it. Okay? By proposing, you will see new ideas, okay? And come up with ideas that you never thought about. And so it's kind of training. Okay? Now, there will be 4 people, okay? 2 on the proposition side, 2 on the opposition side. Okay? Now, the first, number 1, will have 3 minutes to give the constructive speech. Then we will go on to the opposition side. The person will have 3 minutes to give their opposition speech. Then we will go back to the proposition, and the proposition side will have 3 minutes to give 3-minute proposition speech. And then again, we go to the opposition side. It's like table tennis or ping pong or tennis, okay? And then after the constructive speeches are over, we're going to have a floor debate. We're going to ask people on the floor, the audience, to ask questions. And debaters who are asked to be the floor debaters will have to answer those questions as debaters, okay? After that, okay, that floor debate will be 15 minutes. After that, we will go on to the summary speech, okay? Matomeno speech. The summary speech is starts from the opposition side, and it is 2 minutes, okay? after the opposition summary, we will go on to the proposition summary. Proposition side will end the debate. Now, let me give you a little more detail on what you talk about. Okay, if you look at this, and I have made handouts for you, so you have this in the second page of your handout. Okay, so what do you have to do? The first proposition speaker, if you're given a motion, okay, we should allow students, okay, high school students, to use mobile phones in the classroom. Let's say that's the motion, okay? You have to propose this motion. The proposition first speaker will define the motion. What do you mean by mobile phones? What do you mean by high school students? Okay? By mobile phones, I mean cell phones that you can carry, okay, and take to school. Okay, we are going to allow that, allow students to use that in the classroom. Okay? So he will explain what the motion is so that everybody can understand, right? Then the first proposition is like the Prime Minister. He will state the main points of their argument. Why should students be allowed to use mobile phones? First, it's convenient. Second, it is efficient. Let's say, okay, we have 2 points. You make your points clear. Then you say, I'm going to explain about the first point. My partner will explain the second point, so that everybody is clear about who is going to talk about what, right? Then the first proposition will start explaining about their argument, okay? Why it is convenient for all students to carry a cell phone or mobile phone in the classroom, right? And giving specific examples so that you can persuade your argument. That is called the constructive speech. Is that okay? It's wrong. Okay, this is the constructive speech from the proposition side. Then we will go on to the opposition side. The opposition side will oppose the motion. No, we shouldn't have students carry cell phones, okay? Okay, we oppose this because of 2 reasons. Okay. It is expensive, right? And students that do not know how to use mobile phones in a very respectable way. Okay? But before he goes on to his constructive speech, okay, he must rebut. Do you understand rebut? Hando. Okay? Rebut the argument made by the first proposition speaker. Okay? It's not rebutting against the motion. Okay? Not saying, oh, we're against mobile phones. He must rebut against the argument made by the proposition speaker. Okay? And then after that, he goes on to explain why their side is against mobile phones. Okay? The first argument. Okay? Then we go again to the proposition side, and the proposition side will rebut the first opposition speaker, his argument. Okay? Right. And then after that, he will construct their argument, okay? The proposition side, which is the second point, maybe efficient. It's efficient to have students carry the kit. They can look things up really quickly. They can look up data. Okay? So they go on to their second argument. Then again, we go on to the opposition side. And the opposition second speaker rebuts against the second proposition speaker's argument. Okay? And then he makes his constructive speech on the second argument of the opposition side. Is that clear? Any questions?
in between speeches from proposition to alternate? Is there like a written or preparation?
No. Okay. There's no preparation time. Preparation time is given to you. You have 20 minutes to prepare for the debate. Okay? So during the speeches, you have to be listening really carefully, rebut immediately. Then after all the arguments are made, then we go on to the floor debate. Okay? We ask the audience to give questions or comments. Okay? Now when the audience gives comments, please raise your hand. Okay, state your name. Okay, and please point out if you have a specific debater that you want to ask. You can say, I want to ask the first opposition's speaker for his comment on this issue. Okay, and then ask a question. But there will be a debater who will be in charge of the floor debate, and he will be listening to all the arguments and answer the questions from the proposition side and opposition side. Okay? Then finally, we will go on to the opposition reply speech. This is also called the summary speech, where you summarize the whole debate. Okay? What went on in the debate? Okay? What did the first opposition say? How did we rebut? Okay? What did the second speaker say? How did we rebut? Okay? What were the clashing points? Do you understand clashing points? Soten, okay? The arguments that were in conflict, where there was a lot of heated debate, okay? Right. Then what the reply speakers do is to help the judges, help the audience to, after hearing lots and lots of arguments, to clear their ideas, okay? And make sure that the audience knows what was said in the debate. And for the opposition reply speaker, they will say, we made these arguments, therefore, okay, our side won. They have to prove that they made better arguments and persuade the audience to vote for the opposition side. And finally, the proposition side will sum up the debate. And they are the ones that propose the motion. So they will say why they won the debate, that they made a stronger argument, okay, and their arguments are better. So this is a very rough and very crash course on debate. Any questions? Understand? Okay, so there will be 5 people on the team. So, okay, 2 people will be the constructed speeches. 2 people will be in charge of the floor debate, and 1 person will be in charge of the reply speech. Okay, so later we will divide you into groups so you can discuss who will be which speaker. Okay, so in the floor debate, the time is 15 minutes. We will give you 15 minutes. You can ask questions, but you must ask questions within 15 seconds. Is that clear? Your questions or comments must be made within 15 seconds. And please state what you want to ask, to who. For example, I want to ask the proposition side, or I want to ask the opposition side. Okay, is that clear? For debate. Okay, argumentation and persuasion. Okay. Now, first of all, in the beginning of the speeches of the constructive speakers, the first 2 speakers, you want to talk about your team's stance. Okay, what is your stance concerning this motion? Okay, what are the main points of your arguments? Okay, don't just talk, but make sure that you clarify which points you're going to argue about in your debate. Okay, and explain who is going to talk about what. The first speaker will talk about the first point, the second speaker will talk about the second point, so that the audience knows clearly
what the argument is going to be like. Okay, explain your assertion. Okay, assertion is your argument. Okay, 主張. Okay, why your point is true. Okay, and very, very important is the reason. Okay, the reason why you are making this point and specific examples. Okay, now specific examples mean examples, statistics, okay, quotes, and this will be mainly from the lectures that you listen to during the day. You will be listening to 3 or 4 lectures before the debate. So listen carefully to those lectures, and these will give you hints for your arguments. Okay? Use these effectively, okay? And say, for example, during the first lecture, okay, we discussed this point, and give examples, okay? State also why your point is important, right? And also the reasons and examples why your point is important. And finally, okay, conclude your argument. Okay. Right, okay, there's a structure in which you should follow when you are making a speech is area, okay? Assertion, reason, example, assertion. Okay, so if you follow this rule, you can make a very logical argument, okay, without going off on a tangent. Okay? Often when you make a speech, you go off into a different subject, but you want to keep your speech compact because you have very limited time. Okay, evidence. Okay, this is very important because this is what gives impact and color to your speech, right? And these are some of the words, phrases that you can use when you're giving evidence. You probably know this, but examples. Okay, rebut. Rebuttal is extremely important in a debate. As I said, after each constructive speech, the speaker must rebut the speaker before him, right? Now, listen to his argument, listen whether his argument is true or not true. But usually they will not talk about things that are not true, okay? You are all professionals. But if it's not true, okay, you can rebut, okay, that's not true. But often it's not always true, or it's not necessarily true. And you give your reason, okay? There are many times it's true, but you can't just concede, okay? You must say it's true, but it's not relevant, okay? Right? Or true, but that point is not significant in this argument. Or it's easy to solve. This point can be solved easily. These are tips that you use in debate, okay? Or it's the opposite. So these phrases are very important in debate and very useful. Okay, any questions? Is that okay? I'm sure that you probably know a lot about this. Okay, so this is your schedule for today. This is the Japanese version, but this afternoon you have the debate, okay? And before that, you'll be listening to 3 lectures, okay? Ambassador Numata read all the papers and came up with 3 motions. Okay, I will be giving you the motions in a few minutes, but let me tell you what the schedule is. The first team, okay, the first 2 teams, team 1 and team 2, will be debating the first debate, debate number 1 this afternoon, okay? This is your schedule, and it is printed on your sheet. So I want you to strictly follow this timetable, because as I said before, debate is about time. And if you don't come on time, then you lose the debate, right? So you will have You will be losing your debate preparation time, so please be careful, right? So now I want to, okay, the debate 2 and debate 3. Debate 2 is tomorrow and debate 3 is the day after tomorrow. Okay, I will be giving you the motions in a while, but I want to divide you into 3 groups. Do you know your teams? Okay, so let's, okay, team 1, team 2, team 3. Team 1. Okay, so can you move to team 1, move here, team 2 here, and team 3? Okay. Oh, you're already divided. Oh, that's great. Okay, so team 1, can you raise your hand? Okay. And this is team 2. Okay, team 2 and team 3. We're missing one person. You're team 3. Okay, right. Then the motion for team 1 is this afternoon, and it is, we believe that preserving human dignity for all mankind is essential in order to share the full benefits of scientific and technological progress, right? And the motions are rather general, okay? But rather philosophical. And we want you to approach this from 2 sides. Okay, and as I said, in debate 1, okay, team 1 and team 2 will be debating. Team 1 will propose the motion and team 2 will oppose. Is that clear? Right. Okay, I will hand out the motions now. And we have until we only have about 10 minutes or so, but could you get together in your groups and perhaps very casually discuss maybe who would like to be the first speaker and who would like to be the second speaker, who would like to be the floor debater and the summary debater. 2 people will be the floor debaters. Is that okay? Right. Team 1 and team 2 will be debating today, and team 3 and team 1 tomorrow, and team 2 and team 3 on the 3rd. Okay. So team 3 will be feeling a little bit relaxed because they can see the other debaters. Okay. Do you want to get together and discuss this motion now? Okay. Before you listen to the lectures, so that you will know exactly what points to listen to. Okay. Please get together in your groups. You don't have to decide now. You can decide who's going to be which speaker before the debate. But if you can talk about it now.
Yeah.
This is possible.
Maybe you can get.
Okay, very good question. This is called parliamentary debate, and we don't want you to go into research now. Please use the information and data that is given in the lectures, and the information that you know. If you know about the information, that's okay. But we don't want you to go into deep research. Right?
Yeah. Or should we yeah. Yeah, right. So that's on the. Yeah, so I don't know. Like stop AI, which kind of is whatever. Yeah, but that's like really like so I think we can get from the left. Any recommendations? I think this one's singing it because you compare it. And this one's sort of based on our counterparts. Yeah, summary. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know. What's the hardest?
It's harder to.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's not really.
If you don't listen to all that.
Yeah. And you have to refer to like
preparation time will be the other people's.
okay. just summarizing everything, but if some, yeah, but if someone takes test here, you're recovered. But there's only one person in charge, so can we vote? Or like, can we, I don't know, let's do this. The second one's the hardest because, yeah, hardest. But this is the only person. And I think final is hard. So it's a little hard. So I would say hardest. Yeah. Do you guys have any experiences tonight? No. I would say like, yeah. No, it's not really. I'm really good at it. Okay, I would take this one. And I'll just like any volunteers for this. I want to. Yeah. Okay. Okay, perfect. And you guys yeah. Oh, wait. For a second, I know. Yeah. So yeah. Oh, really? I thought 61. Or was it not? Okay, so that's yeah, but these guys are like. You want to take that one? Yeah, there's only one.
Excuse me, can I clarify one point? Okay. There are two people who will make the constructive speech. Okay, first speaker, second speaker. Two people who will answer questions in the floor debate, and one person who will make the summary speech. Another thing is, when you're making a summary speech, you cannot come up with a new argument. Okay, you cannot, only new arguments can be brought up in the constructive speeches. So you must construct your argument in the first two speeches, okay?
Well, somebody just asked me a question, which reminds me. Some of the motions includes some words which are subject to interpretation. And the argument depends on how you interpret the word. We are talking about this word costs in the third motion. My answer is that it depends on your definition. It depends on how you interpret the motion. That determines the scope of your argument. You are free to determine the scope of the argument as long as you make it clear. That's my first point. You can say that about the third motion when I chose the word if integrated well into society. with respect to innovations. That again give rise to all sorts of questions, which you can determine or which you can interpret. That's my first point. My second point is you don't have to be Donald Trump to win a debate. Actually, if you are taking part in a legitimate debate competition, Donald Trump will lose because he is not entirely logical. He flies off in many tangents. And above all, he intimidates. Don't intimidate your opponent. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so the definition I mentioned is very important. After you decide who is going to be which speaker, look at the motion very carefully. Look at each word. What is the purpose of the motion? What's important? How are we going to interpret the motion? Okay. Also, you have to think about how the opposition side will oppose you. But please make sure that your whole team, agree on the interpretation, on the definition, okay, of each word. So you have to discuss this. You'll have time to discuss this before the debate. So, but if you have time now, you can start discussing about that. Is that all right? Another thing is, during your 3-minute speech, okay, although it's only 3 minutes, you can talk quite a bit in 3 minutes. You don't have to talk too fast. Make sure that everybody understands what you are saying. Okay, pause, look at the audience, make sure that they don't look lost. Okay, and this is a very, very important means of communication. Okay? Don't talk fast. Right? I think that we have 1 more minute. Okay. Sorry for interrupting. You have another set of documents, document A, B, and C. They give you exactly how you talk when you are making a debate. Okay? So please use that for reference, especially the worksheet. There is a worksheet which you can fill in. Okay? Okay, look through the extra document A, B, and C. Okay, sorry to keep on interrupting. Can you look at the last part of your handouts? Okay, there is a worksheet. Okay, do you see that? Very end. When you have decided, yes, when you have decided which speaker you are going to be, you can use this worksheet to fill in, to prepare for your speech. Okay? Right. Okay, I think our time is up. And so if you have any further questions, I will be around all day and Ambassador Numata will be here. He can answer questions about your motion and I can help you with how you debate. Okay, so, ganbatte, okay? Listen carefully to your lectures, okay? And they're going to be an enormous help to make your debate very, very constructive and fruitful.
Debate. You'll probably be hooked.
Okay, so thank you very much, Mr. Numata and Ms. Okada. And everyone, please look forward to the debate in the afternoon. And now we will have a short break, okay? And we will start the next session at 11:20. 11時20分から再開します。We have prepared self-service instant coffee, tea, and snacks over there. So please feel free to help yourself during break and take a moment to refresh. So have a short break and come back to your seat around 11:20. Okay? Sorry for a very short break.
3人入ってる。
差し替え版と書いてあったものが入ってたので、それで大丈夫です。
大丈夫ですね。大丈夫、大丈夫。これ、一応 YouTube 3人。他にかけなくてよかった。これ
Okay, I hope you had a small refresh during the break. Okay, so now it is my honor to introduce Mr. Yoichi Mine. Mr. Mine is a distinguished expert in human security, development and economics, and African studies. He holds a master's degree from Kyoto University's Graduate School of Economics and has built an impressive academic career, including his current role as Executive Director of the JICA Ogata Sadako Research Institute for Peace and Development, as well as an extraordinary professor at Stellenbosch University in South Africa. Professor Mine's notable publications such as Connecting Africa and Asia and Human Security and Empowerment in Asia Beyond the Pandemic both published by Routledge, showcase his deep commitment to addressing some of the most pressing global challenges of our time. We are fortunate to have him with us today. Mr. Yoichi Mine, you have the floor. よろしくお願いします。
Is this working? 大丈夫ですか? Good morning, everyone. It's a great honor for me to give a lecture here at the Matsumoto Juku at the International Institute for Advanced Studies in front of international and Japanese students. So the international students, could you raise your hands? Okay, and the Japanese students. Okay, thank you very much. Half and half. So today's topic, the topic of my lecture is human security, which is my academic specialty. So there's already a huge corpus of literature on this subject. And I'm also working for JICA Ogata Sadako Research Institute. I will talk about Madam Ogata later. But the JICA Ogata Institute is a research wing of JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. So the my institute, the name of my institute is JICA Ogata Research Institute for Peace and Development. Okay, so this is actually the keyword of my lecture today. So peace and development. So the our institute combine the two, the both of these agendas, peace and development. So okay, my today's topic is human security, but I think the major theme of this event is climate change. So climate change is a serious threat to human security and human survival. Okay, so please look at this figure. Global CO2 emissions have been increased dramatically since the mid-18th century, when the Industrial Revolution began in Britain. So, if we examine the sources of emissions, cumulative emissions, we can easily identify which countries have been responsible for the damage caused by climate change. Okay, so the actually these are European countries and the North American countries. Okay, Europe and North America, and you can see the United States from this. It's clearly United States, but also it's quite a tricky is the United Kingdom and European Union separated from this figure. But if this, EU and Britain, the UK are combined together, Europe is actually the number one emitters of CO2s. And if we see the total figures from 1750 to 2023, the total of 3 trillion tons of is a cumulative global CO2 emissions, of which the United States accounts for about 400 billion. And European countries also is more than 400 billion, and China is quite a recent emitters. China accounts for 3 billion tons. Okay. So, but on the other hand, if we look at the global south, the developing countries, the India, okay, the emissions stand at only 60 billion, and African continent as a whole, the total continent is only 50 billion. So I'm talking about the cumulative
emissions amount. Not fluctuation, but accumulation of the CO2 emissions. So roughly speaking, 400 Europe, 400 USA, 300 basically China, and India 60, and Africa only 50. So this is a quite, is a big, huge contrast of the responsibility. So the hegemony of the Western classic powers is over. It's now in decline. So the developing countries in the global south is now eager to develop. But now, at the time when they started to develop economically, they are told, so please curtail the emission amount and put a brake on your development. So this is not fair. 400 Europe and 50 Africa. So this is basically is a global sort of injustice. So the United Nations provided is a multiple forum to discuss how to address the climate change issues. In 1992, there was a UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, and in 1997, the Kyoto Protocol was signed. If you take the Kintetsu Railway from the Shin-Hosono station, at the nearby station, the destination is Kokusai Kaikan. It's like Kyoto International Conference Hall, where this historic Kyoto Protocol was signed in 1997. And 2015 Paris Agreement. So, but the interest of nations, developed countries and developing countries oppose and conflict each other. And against this backdrop, this is quite a landmark event. Only July this year, just 1 month ago, there was a historic landmark advisory opinion was issued by the International Court of Justice, ICJ, in The Hague, in the Netherlands. So this was quite a historic, opinion. This is, is like, the all nations, including the USA, administered by Mr. Trump, is also obliged to take action. So there is no exception. All nations are, legally obliged to take action to tackle climate change. Question? Yes, please. Last slide.
Carbon emission is 100 billion ton, and European Union is 300 billion ton. Before Brexit 2020, have you shown these chart separately or combined, European Union and United Kingdom?
Before Brexit,
yes.
I think those two, one country and the region should be combined as European Union.
But if we see the curve, then this is United Kingdom, this is flat, continuous, yes. And European Union, after 20 to 2023, it's huge increase. So it is combined or separated?
I think it's separated from the, I think so. So let me look into the definition of the data later. But I think this is separate, in retrospect, I think so.
If we combine the United Kingdom and European Union, this is 400 billion ton, 300 plus 100. That means this is 1/4 of the European Union. It is huge, I think.
It is huge. Yes.
Thank you.
Much more than the United States.
Yes,
you are right. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, thank you. Oh, anybody can intervene like him anytime. Okay. Thank you for your raising questions. So, okay, I was talking about the United Nations, the International Court of Justice rulings. Okay, so this was to address this situation. Okay, the UK, USA, and European countries, and France and Germany are responsible, and China is also becoming responsible. But the countries, major countries in the global south, is just suffering. They are about to develop, but still they are suffering. So the ICJ, the historic ruling, they say the judges in the Netherlands and they in The Hague, they they made it's quite impressive announcement. All nations have responsibility, and also the ICJ rulings is stated that the climate change is human rights issues. So the delegates of countries, they fight in the international conferences, and they can't reach effective agreements to take effective action. But while nations are fighting, people suffer. And you see why it is so hot in Japan in summer like this. Now we are in September. Okay, this was exceptional, but now it's quite normal every year. And we have quite a irregular kind of floods and droughts. Okay. So in Africa, it's quite a chronic famines. So we always suffer. Everybody, individual human persons suffer. And the delegates of national governments, they just continue discussing and negotiating, but they couldn't take effective action. Okay. This is not fair. Okay. This is not the situation we want. So the people's rights, human rights. Okay. Climate change is human rights issues, because we all suffer as individuals. Actually, not necessarily as nations, but as individuals, human beings. Everybody's suffering. So this is a point, and the human security, the relevance of human security is here. Okay, against the backdrop of the complex, compounded crisis, including climate change. Okay, it was kind of introduction. Okay, climate change is human security issues. Now, okay, is it okay? Okay, so it's a background with climate change as background. So let me now directly start discussing human security. So what is human security? Human security. So human security. Have you heard of this concept? If you know, thank you. You don't have to explain, but just have you heard of human security before? It's not so. Okay. The human security is, as I will explain, is discussed at the United Nations. Okay. And also human security is a guiding principle of Japanese development cooperation. Okay. I will explain later. Okay, but human security is a new paradigm which shifts the referent object of security from the nation states to individual human persons. National security. Okay, when we talk about security, we often just imply national security, but human security is different. Human security, we protect human beings. So this is quite a fundamental change. And not just politicians, but political scientists started to discuss human security quite seriously. And so please remember this radical shift from nation to human, okay? Because every human being is suffering the consequences of globalization. So, and we also have similar term, safety. Safety and security are different. Security and safety. Actually, safety is objective. Okay. This is a percentage. issue of percentage. Okay, 90% secure. Okay. It's a kind of accident probability, nuclear plants or aircraft. Okay. So this can be measured in terms of safety. But the security is a bit different, similar but different. Security combines objective danger with subjective fear. So security combines objective element and subjective element, okay, regarding people's welfare and future prediction. So security is originally Latin, okay? Latin word securitas. Securitas is se plus curitas. Se is without, curitas is care. So securitas means without care, without care, okay? Without danger, and without care, without anxiety. So this is security. And in Swahili, in African language, Swahili, we know Hakuna Matata. This is also no problem. This is a Swahili equivalent to human security. And also in Chinese words, all Japanese, the anzen. Okay. This is originally Chinese word. And an anchuen, or in Korean, it's anjon. Okay. So, but do you know the meaning of these kanji, Chinese characters? So, Japanese participants, you look at the term anzen, an. So, what this means, the Chinese character kanji, an. So, actually, this means, an means a woman, not man, but woman, sitting under a roof. Okay. So this, this kanji an represents a woman sitting safely under a roof. And zen, chuen, this means completeness and wholeness. Okay. So the anzen, security, in the East Asian context, this is not security, military security, but more like not masculine, but more feminine connotations. Okay. Secure. So in the family, we are sitting under the roof. Okay. This is security, and human security should be assured for every human being. This is human security. So, but the problem is individual humans are so vulnerable. We are so vulnerable, and human conditions are so precarious, so that people began to think of more secure way of protecting people by constructing a solid roof. So, and the roof, but the roof, we make it solid. So against this background, the human beings, human society invented nation states. This is a secure roof called nation state. The origin of human security can be traced back to the social contract theory, especially by British political historian, political scientist Thomas Hobbes. Okay. Do you know Leviathan? Maybe political science classroom, you have learned Leviathan, written by Thomas Hobbes in the 17th century. So the in this book, Mr. Hobbes, was thinking about a hypothetical original situation in which people are placed in a state of nature, in which they fight against all other people in order to survive. Okay. This was the original, hypothetical nature of human society. We are fighting each other for survival. Okay. So the war of all against all, over food, water, shelter. So, but we must avoid the collapse of society. because of such permanent warfare. So this was the situation in Europe at the time. So for this purpose, the hopes, in the thought experiment, in Leviathan is that people make a social contract with each other and invented a monster called Leviathan. It's government of nation state, sovereign state, okay, of absolute monarchy, which guarantees the security of individual members of society. So this was an answer, since the 17th century. Okay, so let's create monster, and the monster which will guarantee security to individuals. So it was a modern nation-state system. Okay, but however, this national security is not everything. That's why we needed human security in addition to national security. National security is important, but we need something in addition to this. This is human security. So, but why national security alone is no longer enough? Because it is principally because the risks, threats, including climate change we face today, are becoming increasingly complex and interconnected. It's not just people fighting with each other. We face more systemic crises. It's globalization. So yeah, consider climate change. Climate change cannot be stopped by any one country regulating its own emission. So if there's heavy rainfall is upstream, okay, so the security of countries downstream will be seriously threatened. Okay, and not only climate change, but also we still remember COVID-19 pandemic. Is we can survive, we can contain pandemic only through the global collaboration. Not any single country, Leviathan, cannot stop the contamination. So we need collaboration to protect individuals. So Japan as a nation does not suffer with COVID, but it's individual human persons who suffer COVID. And all nations, all governments, all business sectors, all NGOs, churches, and everyone should collaborate to address global issues. That's why we need human security. Okay, so we introduced human security. So now I will discuss development and peace, to which my institute is dedicated. Our institute is Research Institute for Peace and Development. Okay, so let me explain development and peace to realize human security. So now the second part of my lecture begins. Do you have any questions so far? If you have any, yes, please.
Human security can be national security as well, sir. I mean, cumulatively, it's the national security.
So my point is, human security is larger than human security is larger than national security. I don't say no to national security. As a nation, national government should play key role. It's my opinion. So I think you also share this perspective.
I was wondering whether national security can be human security as well.
Yes, I also think so, because the national government is supposed to protect each individual citizens. So the national security contribute to human security, so ultimately. So I think you're on the same page. I will explain more, but it's a very important point. So national security is important, but we need human security as well. It has a more fundamental kind of raison d'etre of national security. the government should contribute to human security. But the problem is some governments threaten human security, as you see. Okay, can I continue? Okay. So the actually this notion of human security was not invented by some scholar, but it was first first advocated by the United Nations. We know the birth date, and it's a year 1994. Human security was born in 1994. Is a mother, it's a UNDP, United Nations Development Program. The UNDP published a report on human security in 1994. Okay. And in 2001, I will explain later, UN set up Commission on Human Security. Okay. So co-chaired by Amartya Sen, nominated by UNDP, and Sadako Gata, nominated by UNHCR. Okay. So, but anyway, let me begin. The concept of human security was established by two eminent persons. Two is a combination of the two people, two persons. One, Amartya Sen, Indian economist, Nobel Prize winner. And the other is a Japanese lady, Madame Sadako Gata. Those two eminent persons chaired Commission on Human Security. So human security, the concept was established by the commission chaired by these two people. So let me first explain what Amartya Sen was advocating. So the development and peace. So let me explain first about Professor Sen's discussion. So it is quite important to understand human security was born, and the UNDP was born out of human development. Okay. There are two keywords, human development first, and then Professor Sen added human security. Okay. Human development and human security. Okay. So I think you have heard of human development. Because it's quite popular in the UN development literature. So human development is a quite a popular version of the theory of capabilities elaborated by Professor Sen. But the human development is, what is human development? Human development includes economic development, but human development is wider than economic development. So human development is defined as a process of expanding the range of people's choices so that they can live lives they value. So expanding the range of people's choices, your choices, is baby's choices, okay? Your grandmother's choices, okay? So human choices. So it's like, you get free vaccination, you can go to school, and if you like, there's a choice for you to go to university, college, and even graduate school. Okay? So your choice expanded. And also economic development is also important. You can choose jobs, okay? And you can enjoy stable income, okay? So this is development. So the income is important, but not only income, but also your health is also important. Education is also important. Okay? So your range of possibility, your choices expand. So this is human development. Then, okay? And then the UNDP introduced the concept of human development and human security. Okay, so what is human security? So this is something to do with crisis we were talking about, compounded crisis. Okay. originating from physical system, earthquake, climate change, living system, pandemic, social system, conflicts, food crisis, debt, energy crisis, political crisis. Okay. All these kind of crises combined, we have to secure human security in addition to human development. So please look at this figure. So let me explain, so using this illustration. So human development is a kind of forward-looking process of expansion. So human development goes straight from the bottom left to the top right. Please look at this, not from the bottom left to the top left. There's a line, simple line. So this corresponds to human development. So this is a kind of forward-looking process. Okay, human development is very much important. You can enjoy more choices. Okay, school and vaccination and different kinds of jobs and more income. There's more choices. This is quite a normative path of human development. However, thinking about yourself, not social development, but your own, life courses. Sometimes, you experience as human individuals, you go through ups and downs and ups and downs. Sometimes you suffer sudden illness. Sometimes all human beings, we are all animals and we suffer some kind of biological sufferings. Yes. And sometimes you may fail, some kind of exam failure. This can also downturn. And also you may lose jobs because of some economic crisis. Okay. And also the unfortunate family departure, and likewise, all these kind of the downs. And also you have upside. And also you sometimes face downside and upside and downside. This is the real life of human beings, okay? And the same applies to human society. So sometimes we face war. Okay. Japan, we had serious war, which ended in 1945. And also we face serious pandemic like COVID-19, also economic downturns and natural disasters, like tsunami, earthquakes in Japan. So the human security is concerned with this kind of the ups and downs of society. Okay. And we prevent hazards and we secure resilient recovery and to realize sustainable human development and empower people against multiple risks in the future. So the human security combined with human development, this is more dynamic notion. So we should prevent and we should be prepared. And when necessary, we should respond to crisis. So and then, we nurture resilience of society for, steady recovery. So this is actual path of human development and based on the combination of human development and human security. Okay, so please, you have a question. Always welcome.
Thank you, Professor. If I properly understand that national safety, it is objective matter, and national security is objective plus subjective. And in case of human security, the flat increase, this is the normative path of human development, but it is not actual. Actual is like that. And in this case, human security and human development, this is the nexus of human development and human security combination, or this is only the human development, actual path of human development, normative path of human development. This picture is human development, or this is the combination of human security and human development.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. Actually, in my understanding, actual path of human development is the combination. Okay, so this is a kind of light and shadow. You know, if you see the light, there's always shadow. You know? So there's no word, only with light.
That means human development is carrying the human security.
Human development is a kind of forward-looking motion, you know. But human
With that,
security takes care of downturns. Okay, so the actual path of human development is actually it can be realized in combination. In combination with human security. Actually, it's not necessarily my understanding, but Professor Sen's understanding.
Yes, sorry, Professor, interrupt you. Thank you. But in this picture, actual path of human development, if actual path of human development and human security, then I easily understand. Here, in the peak of this chart.
But this is quite similar to the economic development. You see economic development, but in reality, you face also the regression, recessions, and economic crisis, and then recovery. You know, you should, if you want to understand economic development better, you should also understand the nature of fluctuation. Okay, so yeah, this is something like this.
Thank you.
Okay, is this okay?
Thanks so much. So prevention and resilience, are those a part of human security, or like is it like how those concepts are related to this concept of human security?
So the concept is actually the prevention and resilience. I think this corresponds to the means to achieve human security, because the human security itself is a state of human society and human individuals. So you can be assured about your own future. Is better than before. So you can be confident about your own future. So quite subjectively, you can be prepared. You can be assured of your future. This is human security. This is a nature of the state. This is a state of the human society and individuals. And in order to achieve such human security situation, we have to combine prevention, resilience, and all these aspects. So, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thank you. And honestly, I'm also now writing about I'm now editing a book on human security, quite a major work. So this kind of, your feedback, I really appreciate. So I can improve my writing because of your questions. Okay. Please go ahead.
Let me check my understanding in this picture. So when it comes to the issue of climate change, is it possible to interpret as both prevention and resilience? I mean, so in this case, to tackle climate change is on one side prevention for the future, and the other side is to make resilience in the present right now. Is that the right way of understanding?
I think this kind of the graphic understanding can be applied to the measures to counter climate change. Yeah, I think you are right. So prevention is of course we need build secure the solid infrastructure to prevent the damages caused by there's a lot of the climate change and fluctuation of the and also the storm and also the natural disasters like earthquake and in the tsunamis. So the stable infrastructure is necessary to prevent the human sufferings. So this is, as I said, this is related to means to secure human security. And this also relates to the climate change as the cause of human insecurities. And also resilience also relates to the recovery from the disasters. So this prevention resilience dynamics is also closely related to the climate change actions to adapt to and mitigate climate change. So yeah, thank you. So I think this is the first day of your whole the session. I think you can continue discussing about the practical aspects of the prevention and resilience measures. So this is just a broad picture of human security concept. Okay, so now can I move on to the Japanese lady, Madam Sadako Ogata. So my institute is Ogata Institute. So my institute is taken after her name. So maybe I think that she is the most famous Japanese lady, probably. So the John Lennon's wife, Onoyoko, is also famous, but Madam Ogata is very, very famous. And okay, so what she argued in the commission, okay, what she discussed together with Professor Amartya Sen, okay, is also quite important. This is a peace and humanitarian threat. Okay. So the Professor Amartya Sen was, was representing UNDP, but Madam Ogata represented UNHCR, High Commissioner for Refugees. So Madam Ogata used to teach at Sophia University, Jochi Daigaku in Tokyo, but she moved to Geneva, and she became the head of the office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. So in the 1990s, so she was engaging in secure, rescue the victims and survivors of the civil war in the former Yugoslavia, the Kurdish refugees, and also the Rwandan refugees and so on. So this is her book, The Turbulent Decades. So the Amartya Sen's Human Development Security Nexus is more like time sequence. But Madam Ogata's activities was more spacious, related about the space of the globe. So actually she, Madam Ogata, she sought to help refugees. But before Madam Ogata, she actually she brought about quite a substantial reform to the UN refugee relief systems. Before Madam Ogata, refugees were still they are, but defined. Refugees are defined as people who crossed the national borders. Okay, so because of the persecution and civil unrest and conflicts, so some people, the vulnerable people, crossed the national borders seeking for asylum, fleeing from country A, and now they are country B and seeking for asylum from country A or the United Nations. So the refugees who crossed the border, but the problem is also we have the problem of so-called IDPs, internally displaced persons. Okay? So those people also suffer. Their sufferings are the same as refugees, but only difference is IDPs, they could not cross the borders. They remained in their original nation, countries, but they still suffer. Okay? The nature of suffering is the same. can be the same. But as long as they remained in the original countries, the United Nations could not help them because of the national sovereignty. So, but Madam Ogata thought we could do something, still do something. We should respect national sovereignty, of course, but we can still do something to help people who remained in the national borders. So this was a major reform. So the Madam Ogata advocated and succeeded in the discussion in the General Assembly and Security Council. So now the United Nations, many different agencies combined, they also give support to IDPs. And you can compare the refugees and IDPs. Okay. So the actually the number of IDPs is double the traditional refugees, and also we are discussing climate change. So now the major part of IDPs are climate change induced kind of internal refugees because of flood, because of the drought, because of food shortages. Sometimes combined with the military conflicts, they suffer. Okay. So the IDPs, also the climate change induced refugees, they suffer as human beings. But sometimes national boundaries prevent international organizations to intervene and help them. So the Madam Ogata wanted to use the concept of human security to help those people. And Madam Ogata and Professor Amartya Sen combined, they published a final report of the so-called Ogata-Sen Commission report in 2003. Okay. This picture was taken at the entrance hall of my institute in Tokyo, Ichigaya. So if you have time, please just come to my institute and visit this Ogata Sadako Memorial Gallery. So you can see the lot of pictures of Madam Ogata and her life story. There's an exhibition. So, do you have any questions about this? Okay. 時間ってどのくらいかな how much time is so maybe okay 15分ぐらい including discussion including okay okay so the actually the major part of my presentation is already over, so let me just quickly show the rest of my slides. So the okay, this one is about the similarity between human security agenda and the research agenda presented by Professor Johan Galtung. He's a giant of the advocate of modern peace study. Okay. So his concept of negative peace and positive peace and direct violence and structural violence, this framework is very close to human security agenda. So if you are interested in peace studies, I think you can dig deeper into the some kind of theoretical resonance between peace theory and human security study. But peace study is more about academia. The human security was born out of the United Nations, and also was adopted by the Japanese government, and also with JICA. Our mission is to secure human security. So the human security is actually more practice oriented, and is combined with development cooperation. So this one, and also now the human security is advocated by, advocated by United Nations. And I think you know this gentleman, you know, Mr. Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations. And this picture was actually taken in April 2nd last year. Actually, the Mr. Guterres, he chaired the discussion on human security in the United Nations General Assembly. Okay. So I also closely watched the process of debate. It was very interesting. So the delegates of all nations in the world still continue discussing the relevance of human security. So actually the delegate from Palestine, they called for human security. And the delegates from Israel also called for human security. And also the Russia, Pakistan was very much against human security because of the term security. Maybe the USA may intervene, internal affairs using human security. But the Japanese government said, no, human security is not the same as intervention. And there was this kind of discussion still continues in the United Nations. It's very, very interesting. So there was a Friends of Human Security. And we, JICA, we publish human security report regularly. Okay. So this is the second issue of the human security report. And you can download those reports freely from the website of our institute. You don't have to pay anything. So now we are preparing for the third issue of human security report. And if you look at the inside of the report, you can see a lot of practical lessons on human security and concrete examples. This is kind of the health either, promoting comprehensive village development in Solomon Islands, utilizing the human security approach. Okay, and also now we are trying to measure human security. Okay, we are going to develop human security indicators. Okay, and quickly, this one is taken from the Japanese government website. Japan's new development corporation charter, okay, which is a kind of constitution of Japanese development corporation. Okay. So the new one was adopted in 2023. So the Japanese government, the cabinet, adopted this text, and you can see the concept of human security is, guiding principle of Japanese development cooperation. So this is an strong aspect of multilateral idealism of Japanese development aid. And okay, this is a kind of some public relations time. Let me talk a little bit about publication and human security in East Asia, ASEAN +3, and also the human security and COVID-19, okay, and the empowerment and conflict prevention in Africa. And also recently, just 3 years ago, UNDP published new report on human security, which emphasized the notion of solidarity, okay, and also the threat to human security in the Anthropocene, and including climate change. So this is a topic of the latest report of UNDP. And also the United Nations last year, they jointly adopted the Pact for the Future. So well-being, security and dignity and healthy planet assured for all humanity. So this Pact for the Future also resonates with the human security idea. And this year, last month, August 2025, UNDP again published Advancing Human Security in Africa. So human security notion is still alive. We can, okay, now almost to the end of my presentation, but finally let me show just 2 slides. The concept of human security was first advocated by UNDP, but the original text which defined human security was written by Dr. Mahbubul Haq. He was originally from Pakistan and working for the United Nations, UNDP, and he wrote something about human security. So this is Reflections on Human Development, taken from his book. Let me read it. Human security is not a concern with weapons, no. It is a concern with human dignity. In the last analysis, human security is a child who did not die, and human security is a disease that did not spread, and human security is an ethnic tension that did not explode, a dissident who was not silenced. Human security is a human spirit that was not crushed. So our powerful revolutionary idea, the emerging concept of human security, forces a new morality on all of us through a perception of common threats, including climate change, to our very survival. It's a very beautiful phrase. Was written by a Pakistani internationalist, Dr. Mahbubul Haq. And actually, his reflection on human security continues. This is the end of my slide. Actually, this was not printed, so please look at this slide. This is also written by the same Mahbubul Haq. But many of the most profound changes in human society have come from crisis, including climate change, from war, economic depression, natural disaster, etc. And then Mahbubul Haq was talking about religions. He himself was a Muslim, but Amartya Sen is Hindu. Also Madame Ogata was Catholic, Christian. So, but anyway, great religions often move the human spirit through the sublimeness, greatness of their messages, but they also carry in their messages the fear of eventual punishment. Okay? We may be punished by God, by nature. So much changes or innovation comes from a fear for human survival. As a matter of human history, this is very much fundamental thought on the nature of human being. Okay. So the human innovation, human change is required, but this can be driven by fear of human extinction. Okay. So what will happen next if we do nothing on the climate change? So we should be innovative, we should do something. So this is also the message of human security. Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry, I shouldn't really make a comment, but human security is something that I did have to work on quite intensely when I was ambassador to Canada. In the 1990s, the Canadian government pushed the idea of human security much along the lines of Amartya Sen and Sadako Ogata. But then when the conservative government came in 2005, they changed their track and they started talking about human security in the sense of humanitarian intervention in military conflicts, a somewhat military interpretation of human security. And they called it the responsibility to protect. I wonder if there is that school of human security, I wonder which school is dominant. I'm a bit worried given what's happening around the world and the failure of some countries to come to the rescue. That's simply my comment.
Thank you, Ambassador. So, and also, we really appreciate your first-hand experience in Canada. But the Canadian government, they don't use the term human security anymore. And also, and there was the 2012, the United Nations General Assembly adopted resolution about the definition of human security. So the United Nations General Assembly agreed human security is different from responsibility to protect. Okay, intervention is not is something very completely different. Okay, so the definition is over, but still some kind of lingering memory in the member states. So when I was listening to the debate on human security in General Assembly last year, so some people still confuse human security with responsibility to protect. Responsibility to protect was something like NATO intervened in Libya in 2011 so, to destroy Mr. Gaddafi's government. So this was the responsibility to protect applied in practice. So this was quite a shocking kind of event. So now the Libya still suffers the civil conflicts, internal strife. So, but anyway, so responsibility to protect this kind of military intervention. This was a kind of narrow interpretation of human security in the Canadian version. It was completely different from the Japanese interpretation and the UN interpretation of human security. Is completely different. It's my understanding and also JICA's understanding. So is this okay? Is this okay, Ambassador? Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for lecture. I have a question about human development. I think that if human development proceeds at a rapid pace, so the damage such as disaster or similar event will be greater. So in such case, prevention and resilience will also become more difficult. I would like to hear your opinion on what an appropriate pace of human development should be.
Okay. Your question is when such risks and threats are quite big and overwhelming, what can we do? So I think is my maybe I think we can discuss, but my thinking is we should do our best. Sometimes disasters are overwhelming, and as individuals we suffer human sufferings, and actually the death rate of human being is 100%. I will die. So this is an ultimate form of human insecurities for me. I will die. My life will be over. So, but still, we have medical science and medical doctors, and so we try our best to to ensure survival, and your quality of life, to improve, cure well. So, but anyway, so it's basically. So I think what we can do is we do our best. It's also climate change. Maybe it may be too late, but we still have to do something. And that's why we assemble here and discuss about human and climate change. This is my basic understanding. Still. And actually, Amartya Sen himself, he wrote about human security in his Nogata Sen report. And his Amartya Sen's expression was quite interesting. So we should overcome crisis whenever possible. This is his addition. So when possible, we can overcome the crisis. But sometimes it can be impossible. So, but anyway, so we can't be the master of nature. So human beings cannot be, almighty. We are not God. but still we should do our best. So that's my. Did I answer? そろそろお時間ですかね。
So it's time. So this will be the last question, I guess.
Thank you, Professor, for this nice session. I would like to know that human security is mostly related to free from fear, freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom of living with dignity. So this fear is related to disaster, natural disaster, not human-made disaster. That means three components. One is freedom from fear, freedom from want, freedom of living with dignity. So first one, freedom from fear, that is related to natural disaster related fear, I think, not man-made.
Yeah, but okay.
Because
okay, because what?
Because Professor Honorable Ambassador said that responsibility to protect someone, and you would like to avoid this matter, as far as I understand. So that's why I'm saying the matter of fear. It is related to natural disaster like COVID-19, like that. That means if you go to that chart, that the human development related chart, then I can explain more. Yes. There, from prevention to resilience, the recovery, if it is down, the curve, if it is COVID-19 curve, COVID-19 period, that this is related to human security.
So the actually my understanding is okay. So this is there's no crisis is shown in this figure, but actually the background is what I showed you. This one, the human security crises are interconnected. So this is quite a comprehensive understanding. So this include this session is about climate change, so I emphasized climate change, but also include violent conflict or sometimes human trafficking, okay, and natural disasters. Earthquake and tsunami have nothing to do with climate change, but still these are caused by nature, and also pandemic and economic crisis. And all these are also interconnected. And because of the Ukraine in the war, some people in Somalia suffered because of there was no food aid from Ukraine, so they starved. So this is kind of starvation is a freedom from maybe want, but ultimately caused by the war in Europe. Like this, all these crises are interconnected. So human security agenda is comprehensive. So we try to understand all these serious crises in kind of causality and relationship. And also President Tanaka Akihiko of JICA, he is also the chief advocate of human security. And our President Tanaka, he was deputy president of the University of Tokyo. So in the Japanese prestigious Tokyo Daigaku no Fukugakucho. So he was advocating human security as a kind of university-wide collaboration, because the big university, national university like Tokyo University, have all different kind of these schools and colleges. Okay? Natural sciences, engineering, medical science, social science, and humanities. And all these, scholars belonging to different disciplines collaborate together to understand, the nature of threat in a better and systematic way. Okay, so my point is, human security threats are quite comprehensive and interconnected.
Thank you, Professor. That means I think another point is internally suffering persons, that means IDPs. If we bring an example from Uyghur of China, it is the part of human security. Uyghur from China, Uyghur Muslims from China.
Again, maybe what I can say is we should
internally displaced persons.
Yeah, and can be, but I'm not in a position to make judgment. So yeah, but anyway, the bottom line is we should do our best. So it's a very tough question. This national sovereignty and humanitarian needs is a very tough question.
Thank you.
I don't give immediate answer.
Okay, so let's give big thanks to Mr. Mine for his great talk.
Thank you for your feedback. Thank you very much. So please enjoy the rest of the 3-day event. Thank you.
Okay, so we will now have a lunch, and we have a lovely space for lunch, which is the seminar lounge. So enjoy your meal together in the seminar lounge. And for Japanese students, you have lunch box over there. So pick up one where she is, Okui-san is, okay? And also, if you have requested halal meal, it's also over there. So please pick up one. Okay? And kindly head to the seminar lounge for lunch. And when you finish, please bring back the empty lunch box back to this room. Also, related to recycling issues, please dispose of plastic bottles in the designated trash bin. And we will have the afternoon session starting from 1:30. Please return to your seat 5 minutes before the session starts. Okay? 午後は1時半から始まりますので、5分前には席にお戻りください。Okay, so thank you and enjoy your meal.
102階、102の部屋になりますので、ちょっと歩きます。違う場所ですかね。それは。歩いた方も。使えるだろうそうですね。そこでセッティングとか決まってたので。あ、じゃあ、なんかその使い方は。 どっちなんだろう。なんか日本人は弁当持ってた。今ないからな。Human security です。
No one.
すいません。そう我々書きますか。
そうします。あ、来ました。よかった。何個か立ち上がってるんですか。それが10です。それも重いですね。あ、ちょっと今音声急になってきた。あ、サウンドがメイク。
Okay, I think we are all here. I hope. Yes, I think so. Okay, so let's start the afternoon session. Okay. I'd like to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Yuji Maeda, who is the director of the NTT Space Environment and Energy Laboratory. Dr. Yuji Maeda is the director of the NTT Space Environment and Energy Laboratory, a pioneering research institute established in July 2020. With a PhD in System Information Science, Dr. Maeda leads cutting-edge research that integrates space technologies with environmental and energy innovations. His work focuses on monitoring atmospheric phenomena such as CO2 and water vapor using IoT sensors and satellite systems, and developing sustainable energy solutions that contribute to the resilient and inclusive society. Under his leadership, the lab plays a key role in NTT's ION initiative, which stands for Innovative Optical and Wireless Network, aiming to deliver faster, higher capacity, and lower latency communication than 5G, based on optical technologies with the goal of social implementation by 2030. Dr. Maeda is recognized for his interdisciplinary approach and vision of leveraging space to regenerate Earth's environment. Dr. Yuji Maeda, we are looking forward to your lecture. よろしくお願いします。
皆さん、こんにちは。直後の後なんで眠たいかもしれませんが、決して眠くない話をしたいと思いますので、これ、1時間10分。
1時間10分です。はい。
質疑は
込みで。
込みで。はい。じゃあ、1時間弱、これからお時間いただいて、タイトルは、今ご紹介いただきましたように、環境対策から環境適応、アダプテーションというところで、我々の挑戦についてお話ししたいと思います。NTT の宇宙環境エネルギー研究所の前田と言います。よろしくお願いします。はい。はい。まずですね、NTT という名前はご存知の方も多いかと思いますが、改めて NTT のご紹介、R&D 含めたご紹介をしたいと思います。この左の、これカーソルは見えないですね。はい。左上の方に NTT グループの、全体像なんですが、社員は、全世界で34万人います。小さな自治体ぐらいの社員がいます。で、連結子会社は、全世界で、約1000グループ会社があります。で、実は、この社員のうち、もうすでに 50% 近くは、海外の社員になっています。なので、NTT は、40年前に、日本の電信電話公社、要はナショナルカンパニーでした。で、40年前に、民間企業に転身しまして、それから40年経ちまして、国営企業だったのが、今や 50% の社員は海外です。そういったグローバルな会社になって、テレコミュニケーションおよびデータセンター含めた ICT ソリューションの会社になっています。で、我々研究所は、実はこの NTT のホールディングカンパニーの中に所属しておりまして、ホールディングカンパニーですので、我々のバジェットはグループ会社から集められたお金で、成果をグループ会社に提供してビジネスにするような形になっています。で、研究所全体では、研究者が2300名います。通信キャリアですけれども、通信キャリアとしては、多分世界で最大の研究所になっております。で、この研究所のロケーションを今マッピングしたのがこれになりますが、基本的には、この東京近辺とキョイル京阪南、実は、この200メーターぐらい、300メーターぐらい先かな、にも一つ研究所がございまして、 こういったロケーションで行っております。で、東京の方に一番多くて、私が所属しているのはこの武蔵野に、研究所がございまして、全部で14のセンターと研究所が、所在しています。で、米国にもですね、3つ、これは違う会社になるんですが、NTT リサーチインクという米国の会社になりますが、米国にも3つ研究所があって、量子とかですね、暗号生態系、こういったものをやっておりますし、この生態系、バイオメディカルの研究所の出先が実はミュンヘン、ドイツのミュンヘンにもございまして、ミュンヘン工科大学と共同研究を行っている出先機関もございます。こういった体制で、我々が研究しているところでございます。はい。それで、本題です。本日のコンテンツですが、まず皆さん、毎日のようにメディア、ネットでご覧になられていると思います。地球環境問題、そして社会環境問題、改めて振り返りたいと思います。で、改めて問題提起をした上で、その解決に向けて2つのアプローチ、電子から光へという一つの方向と、災害、災いも恵みに変える。これは環境に適応するということなんですが、こういった2つの方向性の話をしたいと思います。はい、それでは、すみません。まず最初に地球環境の問題で気候変動の話です。これは皆さん毎日のようにニュースで聞かれていると思いますが、カーボンニュートラルと気候変動、今日のようなものすごい暑い日もありますが、気候変動、極端気象による自然災害の甚大化というのが問題になっています。で、日本国政府は2050年にカーボンニュートラル実現を宣言しました。皆さんの国はどうでしょう。これは実質温室効果ガスを実質ゼロにするということなんですが、ここで問題提起です。皆さん、地球温暖化と CO2 の関係、ご存知ですか？ CO2 が悪者だと思ってますよね。本当ですか？実は CO2 と地球温暖化、学術的には証明されてません。この事実はメディアは一切言いません。で、IPCC-AR6、これは、気候変動に関する政府間パネルの第6次評価報告書。この IPCC の AR6 が、この分野のバイブルになっています。3000ページ以上ある英語の資料になりますが、ここに書かれていることは、日本語で、英語でもいいですけど、人間の影響が大気、海洋及び陸域を温暖化させてきたということに疑う余地がないと書かれています。これが限界です。どこに二酸化炭素って書かれたんですか？温室効果ガス、一言も書いてないです。書けないんです。証明できないですから。なぜならば、二酸化炭素ってほとんど測定されてないからです。測ってはいます。でも、こういう温度とか、そういったもののように、あらゆる場所でリアルタイムに測定されてません。そして、この極端気象、もう気候変動が甚だしい、極端気象が激しい、暑いとか言ってますが、実は、この台風とか線状降水帯のエネルギー源である洋上の水蒸気、ウォーターベイパーですね。これも実はほとんど測定されてません。何を言いたいかというと、よく測ってもいないものを今メディアは全て CO2 のせいにして何かをやっているというのが現状です。じゃあこれ実際データで見てみたいと思います。これは、二酸化炭素の循環です。先ほど言った IPCC の AR6 に書かれていたものを紐解くとこういった数字になります。紐解くとというのは、この図そのものは IPCC には出てません。わからないように書いてあります。これ解読するとこうなります。で、何を言いたいかというと、人間活動から出るエミッション、石油、エネルギー由来ですね。化石燃料等を燃やした人間活動から出る二酸化炭素の排出と、陸上、これは土壌とかですね、微生物が活動することで発生するもの、赤が上に登っていくやつですね。で、海も、 海の中のプランクトン等から発生するエミッション。これが赤です。で、吸収されるのは陸地で、植物に、光合成によって吸収されます。で、海洋も同じように海の中の藻類、海藻を含めて吸収されます。で、海自体にも吸収されます。で、これパーセンテージで見ると、皆さんが目の敵にしている CO2、人間活動由来は 4.9% です。測ってないと言いますが、年に何回かはちゃんと測ってます。で、これ統計取るとこの数字になります。4.9% です。これをゼロにしようというのがカーボンニュートラルです。じゃあこの 4.9% をゼロにしたら何か変わると思いますか？陸域、エミッション 60% 吸収がもうちょっと多いです。で、海洋 35% ぐらいが出て、同じぐらい、ちょっと多いぐらいが吸収されています。この 4.9% をゼロにしていくことはもちろん重要です。なんですが、この陸域および海域でも同じようにアプローチしていかないと、これは世の中変わっていかないとは思いませんか？なので、皆さんが目の敵にしているここは重要なんですが、もっともっと地球全体の循環という形で目を向けないと何か間違ったことをしているんじゃなかろうかということが、今日皆さんに覚えて帰ってほしいことです。じゃあ実際 CO2 どうやって観測しているかというと、これは日本の気象庁の事例です。これは日本ですが、温室効果ガスの測定はこのオレンジの丸のところで定期的に測っています。何箇所ありますかね？ここ、陸域は1つと、あと離島に2箇所、そして南極昭和基地、4箇所で測っています。で、定期的にこの船と飛行機でも測っています。全世界で見ると、二酸化炭素の観測ネットワークはこのようになっています。50箇所ぐらいです。これが先ほど言った IPCC のデータの根本です。これで二酸化炭素が悪いと言ってますし、で、これは実は、人工衛星も上がってまして、新しいGOSATも先日上がりましたが、これはだいたい地表から400キロ、500キロ上空を観測しています。なので、大気のどこかで反射するところを測っているんですが、大体大雑把なデータは大きな傾向としては分かります。このような感じです。それと先ほど言いました水蒸気、要は台風、線状降水帯のエネルギー源である水蒸気は、これ気象庁の観測網でだいたい15箇所ぐらいで測っています。で、どうやって測っているかというと、青は人手ですね、赤は自動なんですが、こういった風船、ゾンデと言いますが、バルーンにゾンデを積んで、この風船を上げてます。で、その時湿度、これが水蒸気になりますが、これ測ってます。で、毎日2回ですね、30キロまで毎日2回測ってます。で、これで、水蒸気測ってるんですが、皆さん、テレビとかでレーダー、気象レーダー見ますよね。気象レーダーでは実は測れないんですが、レーダーというのは陸域からだいたい、距離的に言うと100キロぐらいしか飛びません。で、レーダーがあるのは離島にもありますが、この陸地から100キロぐらいの距離しかレーダーは測れません。で、さらに人工衛星は水蒸気測れません。なぜかというと、水蒸気はものすごく粒が小さいです。雨粒、雲は映像で測れますが、雲ではないんです、水蒸気は。湯気が湧きますよね。湯気なんですね。で、これは実は衛星では測ることができませんし、レーダーでは100キロぐらいしか取れませんので、実は、台風の発生源というのはもっともっと大きいです。で、線状降水帯のエネルギー源も、だいたい東シナ海とか、かなり沖の方です。要は、測ってないんです。これで天気予報できると思いますか？できないんですね。はい。というのが、まず、気候問題に関する、地球環境問題です。で、続いて、エネルギーの話をしたいと思います。どうやって解決するか後で話します。まず問題提起だけします。 エネルギーに関しては、ほぼほぼ気候変動問題がエネルギー問題に置き換わっているというのは皆さん感じてらっしゃるかとは思います。要は、先ほど言いましたように化石燃料燃やしてるからこうなってんだというような、これがエネルギー問題にかかってるんですが、化石燃料を減らしていくことと、再生可能エネルギーを増やしていくことはもちろん重要です。これは間違いないです。ところが、じゃあそれどう使うんだ、どう作るんだって言ったときに、例えば電気自動車、これは本当に救世主なんでしょうか。あと太陽光発電、洋上風力発電、もうほぼほぼ再生可能エネルギー、日本国内この2つに頼りきってますが、これは救世主でしょうか。ハードウェアはほとんど中国産になってきましたし、洋上風力も建設費の増大で、つい最近も大企業が撤退するという話が多く流れています。で、一方ですね、我々社会の情報量、電力消費量、これますます増加しています。何を言ってるかというと、弊社ですね、NTT は実は日本の 1% 弱の電力を消費しています。これは、一企業でいうと日本最大の電力消費会社になっています。で、さらに毎日のようにデータセンターがどんどん電力消費が増えていると、皆さんネット等で聞かれているかと思いますが、これは事実でものすごく電力使用量が増えています。で、データで見ると、インターネットを流れる情報量、これは右端今年ですが、15年前と比べると190倍に増えてしまっています。これは皆さんが映像をどんどん使いますし、AI もどんどん使うので仕方ないですよね。これはもうどんどん増えるしかないです。で、さらにこれを処理するための電力消費量、これは IT 機器全体なんですが、2050年には、この2006年の12倍になると言われていますし、一方これデータセンター、これは世界のデータセンターの電力消費量ですが、日本国内は2018年と2030年の6倍ですが、全世界で見ると、13倍になると言われています。で、近年、これの一番の原因は AI の学習にかかるエネルギーと言われています。で、GTP4 クラスでは、一つの開発です。セッションじゃないです。開発です。一つの開発に、4万メガワット、つまり原発40基分ぐらいの発電量が必要と統計されています。このようにどんどん電力消費量が増える中で、さらに今度はちょっと社会関係問題について簡単に触れたいと思います。で、世界の分断、COVID-19、さらにウクライナ・パレスチナ問題、こういった問題は皆さん毎日のようにこれも聞かれていると思います。今現在でも COVID-19 のパンデミックは残っています。で、さらに、政権交代、これはヨーロッパ各国、米国ではすでに起きました。日本国内はまだ、維持しておりますが、今後どうなるかは予測不可能です。つまりですね、世界は転換期を迎えているということは、皆さん、身に感じていらっしゃる方も多いかとは思います。じゃあ、この中で今言った、気候変動問題、エネルギー問題、こういった社会環境問題、どうしていくんだというのが、まず前半の問いかけです。で、まとめて言うとですね、実はエネルギー問題は経済安全保障問題です。なので、気候変動問題と、重ね合わせて議論してもいいんですが、結局は、トランプになる前、エネルギー危機もあったのご存知ですかね。何があってもやはりエネルギーという問題は、どんなに、気候変動とかですね、熱くなっても、これは経済安全保障としては変えられない問題があります。どれだけ再生可能エネルギーが増えても電気代はどんどん上がっていってます。これは経済問題だからです。なので、エネルギー問題は基本的には経済安全保障問題として捉える以外ないです。そして、カーボンニュートラル。これは、 新経済成長戦略です。我慢して温度下げるエネルギー使わないというのではなくて、うまく使いながら経済成長するためのモデルを考えなければいけない問題です。ということで、じゃあ一体我々何をすべきなのか、何が正しいのか、これを、皆さん真剣に考えなければいけない時代になっていると思います。こういった中で、じゃあ我々どうするんだっていうのをちょっと我々 NTT のチャレンジということでこれからご説明します。ですね、まず問題解決に向けて、基本的に現状のテクノロジーでは、この問題は解決困難です。要は技術課題が多すぎます。なので、限界打破のイノベーションが必要になってきます。じゃあどうやってイノベーションを起こすんだと。従来のやり方では無理です。なので、一つの考え方が、電子から光へ。これはアイオン構想ということで我々が提唱しているもので、後ほど説明します。で、もう一つは、災いも恵みに変えていくと。要は気候がこれだけ変わっていく中で、これ、頑張るというより、我々自身も環境に適応していかなければいけないということで、宇宙環境エネルギー研究の挑戦についてお話ししたいと思います。ただもちろん、こういったテクノロジーだけでは解決できなくて、新たな社会像、社会制度というのも必要なんですが、ちょっと今日は時間の関係上、この点については省略して、テクノロジーの話だけしたいと思います。で、参考までに、これは過去の気候変動です。こちらは500万年前と現代。で、こちらは80万年前と現代です。で、左の方は、世界の海底の泥に含まれる、同位体比から酸素から復元した気候変動です。見てもらうと、現在この辺りですよ。この300万年前はもっと暖かかったんですね。で、寒い時期を繰り返しながら今に至っています。で、これは南極の氷に含まれる、酸素と水素の同位体比から復元したものなんですが、ホモ・サピエンスが生まれたのが大体この辺り30万年前ぐらいですが、暖かいのこと、冷たいのをこうやって繰り返して、現在この辺りです。もう一個見ましょう。これは8万年前です。グリーンランドの氷に含まれる酸素から復元したものなんですが、実際気象観測というのは、やっと100年ぐらいの歴史です。でも IPCC の予測だと、これぐらいの観測域からいきなりここまで上がってるんですね。でも、過去を見ると、この1万年ぐらい暖かかったんですが、その前はこんな寒かったんです。で、さらにその前はもっと寒かったり暖かかったりしてるんです。これ見たときに、IPCC が言ってる、このままだと沸騰しますよっていうのは本当ですかというようなことは皆さん自分自身で考えてみてください。はい。の補足です。じゃあこれからNTT のチャレンジについてご説明します。まず、電子から光へということで、これはまずビデオを見ていただきたいと思います。
The development of ICT has made our lives ever more convenient. However, data centers that support ICT consume enormous amounts of electricity and exacerbate environmental problems, such as heat islands and extreme weather. To solve these problems, NTT advocates ION, the Innovative Optical and Wireless Network. This is the current network. Information is transferred between locations by optical communication. Terminals, routers, and servers, on the other hand, process information with electricity. Since electricity eventually converts to heat, each device generates heat. Servers, in particular, generate great heat, so data centers containing them have to be constantly cooled. This requires further electricity, and the waste heat imposes a burden on the environment. In addition, the time it takes to process information accumulates and results in delays. The concept of ion is from electricity to light. NTT's latest technology expands optical information transmission to the utmost. When electricity passes through copper wires and semiconductor circuits, heat is inevitably generated. In contrast, when light passes through an optical fiber, little heat is generated. In ion, data transmission will be carried out by light between servers, as well as between boards within a server, between packages within a board, and even within a package. Once this is achieved, we will see dramatic improvements over today's networks. Power consumption will be cut by a factor of 100. Delay will be cut by a factor of 200. And transmission capacity will increase by a factor of 125. Our aim is for ICT that has a smaller environmental impact and can even help solve environmental problems. We aim at instant communication that allows people to share their thoughts and emotions without experiencing the slightest delay. ION will change society and the planet. Watch this space as NTT takes on this challenge.
アイオン構想というのは、ビデオでもありましたけれども、イノベーティブ・オプティカル・ワイヤレスネットワークの頭文字を取ったもので、アイオンと呼んでいます。で、基本的には未来のコミュニケーション基盤ということで、オールフォトニクスネットワークというものと、データツインコンピューティングというもので構成されています。で、オールフォトニクスネットワークというのは、光ファイバーだけではなくて、端末であるとか、ルーターであるとか、そういった中間のものまで全て光化するというような構想でございます。で、これまで、光は電装のところにしか使われてませんでした。一方、電子処理のところは、プロセッシングは半導体の中で電子技術が使われてました。で、エレクトロニクスからフォトニクスへというところで、今、我々が作っているのは、光電融合技術というものを使っています。これは PEC と、フォトニクスエレクトロニクスコンバージェンス PEC という技術を作っています。で、なぜ光に変えていくかというのは、ビデオでもありましたが、これは横軸は距離ですね。回路基板上の距離。で、縦軸は消費電力です。で、電気の配線ですと、周波数が上がるのと同時に、消費電力が上がりますし、配線の距離が伸びれば同じように消費電力が増えていくと。一方、光配線ではほとんどそれが増えないという特徴があります。で、さらにこの時、電気配線では熱が発生します。抵抗がありますので、熱がどうしても発生します。光配線では熱はほとんど発生しません。このため、どんどん光に変えていこうというのが、このアイオン構想の、コンセプトになります。なぜこういったことをやっているかといいますと、実は NTT ではもう60年以上光の研究を続けています。そして2019年の4月に世界で初めて光トランジスタというものの作成に成功しました。これ世界初です。この時 94% の電力を削減できています。結局このトランジスタの集積が今のコンピューティングになってますので、これを光化していこうというのがこのアイオン構想でございます。で、この後光スイッチであるとか論理ゲート、直接変調レーザー等を作っておりますが、最終的には全て光回路で演算までやりたいのですが、まだ数ビットしかできてません。演算は2050年ぐらいをめどに考えておりますが、まずは2030年をめどにオールフォトニクスネットワークを作っていこうということで考えています。これがロードマップになっておりまして、すでに ION1.0 のサービスは開始しております。これはデータセンター間の接続向けの、DC-DC コネクションのところはすでにサービス開始しております。 で、今年が ION2.0 です。これはインターボードコネクションを実現するところで、実は、エキスポの NTT パビリオンでは、これを展示しております。で、2028年にはインターチップコネクション、2028 ION3.0、で、さらに2030以降ですね、オプティカルイントラチップコネクションを実現して、消費電力をさらに削減していこうとしています。で、実はこの ION2.0、今年は、サーバーの消費電力は8分の1まで低下することに成功しております。ちょっとこの、ION構想のビデオ、光コンピューティングのビデオをご覧いただきたいんですが、これ、ネット、つながらないですかね。YouTube なんですけど。これ外したら映りますか。じゃあ、はい、すいません。入ってるんですよね。はい、すいません。ちょっと動かないようなので、ちょっと飛ばしていきます。その消費電力8分の1になっているビデオがあるんですが、ちょっと省略したいと思います。はい、それで、ビデオでもありましたけれども、このオールフォトニクスネットワークの性能目標は、これ2030年の目標ですが、消費電力を100倍、つまり100分の1に、今8分の1までできておりますので、あと5年で100分の1までしていこうというのが、我々の目標です。で、通信容量に関しては、1本のファイバーで、1000テラ、1ペタ BPS までやる。で、これファイバー見てわかりますように、今光ファイバーというのは、1本1本じゃなくて1本の中に、実はコアが4つまであるのができておりまして、こうやって多重化していくような形で、伝送容量を増やしております。で、低値に関しては200分の1なんですが、これはすでに実現しているということです。で、この ION に関しては、NTT だけでは実現不可能ですので、ION グローバルフォーラムというコンソーシアムを作っております。で、今、これ7月末時点なんですが、168、組織にご参画いただいてまして、アジア、米国、欧州を含めて、168団体に、参加いただいて、標準化を含めた活動をしているところでございます。はい。以上が、まず電子から光へというチャレンジでございます。で、続いて、我々の研究所の挑戦になりますが、災い、災害も恵みへ変えていこうという環境適応の話をしたいと思います。で、我々が実現したい社会は、実は、この社会、ソサエティが地球環境に、いろんな影響を与えておりますが、これを実質プラスマイナスゼロにしていくと同時に、この地球環境が我々社会に与える影響を受け流すことができるような世界。これを同時実現することで、しなやかな社会というものを実現したいと思っています。で、これは環境負荷ゼロは当然なんですが、環境に適応するとともに、自然災害による被害もゼロにしていこうというような社会です。それで、研究所全体では、環境負荷ゼロという上半分のプロジェクトと、下半分が環境適応のプロジェクト2つありまして、次世代エネルギーにつきましては、核融合の研究であるとか、宇宙太陽光発電の研究もやっておりますし、エネルギーネットワーク、藻類とか農作物の品種改良の研究もしています。で、下の方に至っては、地球環境と社会環境の未来をしっかり予測して、予測した上で環境にプロアクティブに適応するというような研究を行っています。で、今日は全部紹介する時間はないので、この4つを、紹介したいと思います。で、この 下の右の方からの順番で説明したいと思います。まず、極端気象の話からちょっとまず最初したいと思います。で、まず台風の話ですが、台風、気象庁は今台風観測どうしてるかというと、基本的には、地上のレーダーと、あと、気象衛星ひまわりを使った観測をしております。で、皆さん台風が近づくと、中心気圧何ミリヘクトパスカルってよく聞かれると思います。あれはどうやって測ってると思いますか？何ミリヘクトパスカル。実は測ってないんです。さっきから僕は測ってないって言ってますよね。測ってないんです。で、ここにあるようにドボラク法というものを使ってます。これは気象衛星ひまわりで撮った写真です。赤外線も使った写真です。で、台風の目の大きさと形で、ここにあるように変換テーブルがあって、要は物差しで測って何ミリヘクトパスカルって言ってるんですね。正確なわけないですよね。台風の形すべて違いますし。まあ、これは大体1960年代ぐらいまでに確立した方法で、未だにやってます。で、さらに、予報に関しては、まあ、だいぶ当たるようになったとは言われてますが、今やってるのはアンサンブル予報です。大体、台風の予報で言うと、世界中に3つ、米国と日本の気象庁とあとヨーロッパによる、予報というのがネットでよく見られると思うんですが、気象庁は今、こういったカオス状態に予測がなっていくので、初期値の小さな差が将来大きく増大するカオス的な振る舞いを行うので、いろんな予報を掛け合わせるというアンサンブル予報というものをやっています。要は測ってないので、こういうことしかできないんですね。それで、強度誤差というのは、台風の強度、大きさですね、に関する誤差っていうのはもう、ほぼ合ってないです。で、震度に関しては、これちょっと古いですが、だいたい距離誤差200キロぐらい。この200、これ気象庁の資料ですよ。世界トップクラスの精度と書いてるんですね。でも200キロです。これが正しいかという話でして、これだと世の中は問題解決しません。なので、我々はちょっとこういった取り組みをしているというのをまずビデオでご覧ください。
Causing disruptions such as prolonged delays and cancellations of public transportation more and more frequently, the impact of current day typhoons on our daily lives is increasing. Forecasting the trajectory and timing of typhoons up to an accuracy of a few kilometers several days in advance rather than the current accuracy of several hundred kilometers would allow us to minimize their impact on social infrastructure and allow people to plan their actions in advance. To improve the accuracy of typhoon forecasts, it is crucial to collect more observation data to understand the mechanisms of typhoons and enhance simulation precision. Current typhoon observations mainly rely on remote sensing from satellites. In contrast to these remote observations, we aim to improve forecast accuracy by observing typhoons directly. In collaboration with the Okinawa Institute of Science Technology, we conducted simultaneous atmospheric and oceanic observations in September 2022 and successfully acquired data from the center of a Category 5 typhoon. We detected sudden drops in air pressure and sea temperature as well as wave heights exceeding 9 meters, all of which cannot be observed with satellites. However, obtaining direct observations is very difficult due to the extremely harsh environment within typhoons. To achieve super wide area typhoon observations in such harsh environments, we are accelerating our research and development efforts. On the basis of this valuable observation data, we will further advance the understanding of the mechanism for energy exchange between the atmosphere and ocean during typhoons. We will also collaborate with the Typhoon Science and Technology Research Center to further improve typhoon forecasting accuracy. In the future, we aim to realize global satellite IoT sensing by combining this technology with NTT's Space Integrated Computing Network. Other than typhoons, we will observe various phenomena, such as linear precipitation zones, ocean currents, and marine ecosystems. Through these efforts, we will contribute to the understanding of the Earth's environment and the advancement of future forecasting technologies. Please follow our future efforts and initiatives in Global Environmental Futures Forecasting Technology.
ということで、ちょっとタイトルは違うんですが、極端気象を、未来予測していこうということで、台風の直接観測を行っています。で、ビデオにもあったように、台風が3日前、もしくは1週間前から予報が正確に 100%、要は何時何分、どこを台風が通って、どういう風速雨量でここを通過するっていうのが分かれば、世の中絶対変わります。交通網もそうだし、皆さんの業務もそうだし、こういった世の中に変えていかないと未来は変わりません。なので我々はそれを目指して今、誰もやってなかった直接観測というのをいろんな方々と連携しながら進めています。で、絵にもあったように技術としてはこういった台風の観測プラットフォームを作るということと、データを集めてメカニズム解明から、サーバー、計算を駆使して、しっかり予報していくということを今進めているところでございます。で、ここ観測網を作るときに超広域の IoT センシングですね。衛星は使うんですが、衛星からの観測ではなくて、海に IoT センサーをばらまいて、そのデータを衛星でかき集めるような形に、今しようとしています。そしてビデオでもありましたけれども、これは2023年に報道発表した例ですが、オイストと一緒に世界初で同時観測、カテゴリー5の台風の同時観測に成功しました。でもう一つ、線状降水帯も、今年来年測る予定で、線状降水帯には実は大気の川というのがあります。聞いたことある方少ないかと思いますが、実は高度1から6キロに、これは幅数百キロにわたるんですが、大気の川というものがあって、今年もこれ、8月中旬、九州で発生してました。アジア大陸からずっと流れてたみたいです。こういった大気の川を今は測れてません。こういった中に、我々実はバルーンを使ってセンサーを落として、ここの中に入っていくような、ことを、大気の川ですね、この中に入っていくような観測網も含めて行いたいと思っています。で、現状どうしているかと言いますと、これもビデオがあるんですが、これ動かないですね。すみません。記者会見をした時のビデオがあるんですが、実は、気象庁とは、この3年、4年ぐらい、話はしてたんですが、なかなか話が合わなかったんで、共同でやってなかったんですが、我々が実際に測れるようになったらですね、気象庁の方からお声がかかりまして、今、共同で測定します。わかりやすく言うと、ここ日本ですね。で、沖縄この辺りなんですが、ここが我々の担当で、ウェーブグライダーというものと V 使って、一緒に測りましょうと。で、うまくいけば、この飛行機からセンサーを落とすのもあるんですが、これと同時観測しましょうと。で、今年は台風です。来年は線状降水帯になるんですが、線状降水帯はこちらの方ですね。東シナ海の方が多いので、でもこれは基本的には船で測るやり方です。それでも数が足りないので、こういったことを一緒に今やろうと。で、もっと詳しく言うと、これ沖縄です。で、この黄色い枠と黒い枠のところに我々、測りに行ってますが、残念ながら、実は、このウェブグライダー今壊れててですね、ちょっともう今年は観測は終わりまして、今 V だけで測っている状態です。こういったものを今、気象庁の気象研究所とオイストと我々共同で今測って、 メカニズム解明をどんどん進化させていこうということを行っています。はい。以上が気象の話でして、次に海洋の生態系の話をちょっとしたいと思います。まずビデオをご覧ください。
Aquatic resources, CO2 absorption. The sea brings us various benefits. However, undersea observation is challenging, and the sea remains shrouded in mystery. NTT Space Environment and Energy Laboratories is researching marine ecosystem future forecasting technology. This was a survey we conducted on Kumejima Island, Okinawa Prefecture. Around Kumejima, sea lettuce and tiger prawn are farmed side by side. It has been thought that the nutrients flowing out from prawn farms are beneficial for the growth of sea lettuce. However, our research has revealed that sea lettuce grows better offshore than it does in water close to prawn farms. In the vicinity of prawn farms, the phytoplankton discharged work in competition with sea lettuce. So, suppressing the growth of phytoplankton could potentially increase the yield of sea lettuce. Observation, modeling, simulation. These technologies are essential for forecasting the future of marine ecosystems. We use observations from ICT buoys and modeling using AI to forecast the impact of human activities on marine ecosystems. Furthermore, we are using satellite data and speeding up simulations. We are expanding the scope of our research to wider areas of the sea. We are seeking to understand the future of the sea and its ecosystems and to find ways for the sea and humans to coexist. Please look forward to the challenges we take on in this endeavor.
ということで、地球環境未来予測の中で生態系の話を、今ビデオで見ていただきました。で、気象だけではなくて、やはり海の中の生態系を、しっかり観測してモデル化して未来予測をして我々が適用していくと。要は魚が取れなくなった海が焼けてしまって海藻もなくなったというのを嘆いてるだけではなくて、しっかり今ネイチャーポジティブという言い方をしておりますが、元に戻すんではなくて未来を予測してそこに適応するように、我々自身環境も変えていかないといけないというような考えで、やってます。で、これについては地球のデジタルツインというのをしっかり、全球的なものができるように頑張ってるんですが、まずは局所的にモデル化をしながらですね、こういった、生態系を未来予測することで、これは食料にもですね、環境にも優しいような社会にしていこうということで進めているところです。で、続いて、ですね、未来予測をした後、どうやるんだという話のサンプルとして、比較的未来予測しやすい雷、ライトニングがあります。で、ちょっとこれに関する取り組みを見ていただきたいと思います。
There are extreme weather phenomena such as torrential rains and frequent lightning strikes. The damage caused by lightning strikes exceeds 200 billion yen per year. To protect society from lightning, NTT Space Environment and Energy Laboratories is studying technologies to proactively capture lightning with drones and store lightning energy. Lightning occurs when positive and negative charges are generated inside a cloud, and a discharge occurs between two charges. We define the discharge starting point as generation point, and the point where the lightning strikes the ground as strike point. To control lightning strikes, it is necessary to accurately predict generation points and the amount of charge of each lightning event, which is a predictor of lightning intensity, but currently there is no technology to do this. Therefore, we are developing a lightning prediction technology that predicts generation points and the amount of charge of each lightning event within a thundercloud, using the estimation of the charge distribution. Specifically, we utilize atmospheric electric field data for estimation and apply estimation results to a machine learning algorithm for prediction. In estimation, we will achieve 100-meter precision by developing an original algorithm to calculate charge distribution. This technology will make it possible to predict the generation points and the amount of charge of each lightning event with high accuracy. In the future, we will connect this study to the technology that captures lightning proactively and stores lightning energy. This technology is expected to be utilized in a wide range of fields for protection from lightning strike accidents, such as infrastructure breakdown and personal injury.
この技術はですね、ドローンを体雷化する技術であるとか、この予測技術であるとか、充電技術からなりますが、この充電に関しては、バッテリーへの充電はほぼほぼ不可能です。超短時間で、超高電圧、超高電流が流れますので、電気で貯めることはほぼほぼ不可能なので、ちょっと見づらいかと思いますが、フライホイールとかですね、運動エネルギーに変えたり、圧縮空気に変えたりですね、こういった違う充電の仕方を今開発しています。そして、ご存知の方もあるかもしれませんが、世界初で実はドローンを使って雷の誘発、誘導に成功しました。これは実際成功したのは去年の12月ですが、今年の4月に報道発表しました。体雷ドローンですね、これを作って、標高900メーターの上から300メーター上げたんで 1.2 キロぐらいの標高で雷を捕捉して、捕捉した瞬間の地上でこうやって、このウィンチが光ってるんですが、この時大電流が発生しています。で、これ世界初でドローンで捕捉した例なんですが、4月に報道発表以降ですね、未だに4ヶ月以上経ちますけれども、取材が殺到しておりまして、このままビジネス化は無理なんですが、一応こういった成功は、苦節3年なんですが、3年かけてようやく成功したようなことも今起きてますので、もっともっとこれは精度を上げてですね、予測するところを今力を入れています。はい。で、時間も少なくなってきたんで、次にですね、全く別の話をします。先ほど CO2 を海とか陸でも吸収するようなアプローチしないといけないっていう話を冒頭しましたが、これに関する CO2 に関する研究をちょっと2つご紹介します。まずは海についてです。
In 2023, NTT succeeded in identifying genes that could dramatically increase the CO2 absorption capacity of algae. Based on this finding, there are high expectations that we can reduce CO2 dissolved in the oceans by breeding algae with high CO2 absorption capacity. Algae are the primary agents for CO2 absorption and fixation in the oceans, and they also serve as a feed for fish and shellfish in the food chain. Therefore, CO2-derived carbon fixed by algae is transferred to and fixed in fish and shellfish. Our goal is to reduce CO2 by focusing on the marine food chain.
Using land-based aquaculture, we are engaged in research to maximize carbon fixation in the entire food chain by improving both the CO2 absorption capacity of algae and the growth of fish and shellfish through genome editing. With the aim of establishing a new technology that provides optimal growth of algae in any environment, we began field tests in 2023.
Now we are studying the cultivation conditions required for maximizing carbon fixation in an outdoor environment where light intensity and temperature are difficult to control. If our research succeeds in significantly increasing carbon fixation of algae, fish, and shellfish, we can reduce atmospheric CO2 that is one of the main factors of global warming. The problems that this technology can solve are not limited to environmental issues. This technology can also contribute to solving food shortage problems through the production of fish and shellfish that feed on algae.
ということで、餌としてですね、我々作ってて、実は陸上養殖をNTT グループも会社を作って行ってまして、そこで餌として使うことで、CO2 を余計に吸収した藻類と魚介を、作るような食物連鎖の中で違う形で長期間 CO2 を固定するようなことをやっています。で、今は、ワカメとかですね、海苔とか、こういった大型藻類にも、研究を着手しているところでございます。で、最後、今度は陸地の話を陸上植物に対するアプローチの話をしたいと思います。すみません。その前に、なぜ藻類かっていうのをちょっと忘れてました。これ、また40億年前、地球の原子の、昔々の40億年前ですが、40億年前、地球は二酸化炭素だらけでした。今と違う。これ酸素の量ですね。酸素ほとんどなかったです。逆に酸素は毒でした。で、シアノバクテリアという藻類がこの30億年前ぐらいに発生して、この藻類が光合成を始めたことで酸素の供給が始まったんです。なので、この藻類というのは人類誕生の源であって、これからの地球の救世主でもあるだろうと考えているので、こういった藻類の研究を力を入れてやっているところです。はい、じゃあ最後、陸上植物に対するアプローチの話です。
It has been clear for decades that the Earth's climate is changing, and the role of human influence on the climate system is undisputed. Therefore, building a decarbonized society is the need of the hour. NTT Space Environment and Energy Laboratories focus on the Earth's carbon cycle. We develop systems that contribute to increasing CO2 absorption and reducing the CO2 emissions on both land and ocean. In particular, we focus on approaches to engineer plants as an improved terrestrial carbon sink. Plants absorb CO2 through photosynthesis to produce carbohydrates. Increased CO2 absorption by plants may reduce the CO2 level in the atmosphere. Therefore, we are developing new plant varieties with high CO2 fixation capacity. We are developing crop breeding techniques, and we are trying to enhance the ability of crops to absorb more CO2. There is an enormous variety of plant species. If the beneficial properties of different plants could be incorporated into agriculture crops, this would provide a major boost to increasing their CO2 fixation capacity. However, with traditional crop breeding techniques, it has been extremely difficult and virtually impossible to crossbreed between different plant species. As a solution, we are developing an in vitro fertilization system that allows for the artificial hybridization of genetically distant plant species. This shows the fusion of an egg cell with the sperm cell at the top of the screen. In addition, we are working on identifying important genes associated with CO2 fixation in plants and editing the selected genes to improve CO2 fixation capacity. Another contributor to the greenhouse gas emission is our use of large amounts of fertilizers and pesticides in agriculture. To address this issue, we are looking into the development of new cultivation techniques that reduce the use of fertilizers and pesticides. We would like to further our research and create a sustainable agriculture system with minimal environmental impact.
はい、ということで、陸上植物に関しては、細胞融合技術というものを使って、通常であれば掛け合わせられない作物を作ったりしながら CO2 の吸収能力の向上、今は稲科を対象として行っています。で、来年度には 1.5 倍の炭素固定量を実現して、最終的には農薬や肥料を必要としない低環境負荷型の農業システム実現を目指して研究を進めているところでございます。はい。以上で、まとめなんですが、限界打破のイノベーションで世の中を変えていくということで、電子から光へ、災いも恵みにということで、いくつかの技術を紹介させていただきました。はい。以上で、私の説明を終わりたいと思います。ご清聴ありがとうございました。
So if you have any questions, please raise your hand.
Thank you so much. 京都大学の荻原です。一つちょっと聞きたいのが、電池から光をまあで光で最終的には地ビューの光トランジスタみたいなのを作っていく。
最終的には GPU、要は演算回路も光化していきたいんですが、まだまだ難しいので、それは2050年ぐらいを目指して、まだ数ビットしかできてないです。
その数ビットで難しいのは、どういう課題があるかな。
ですね、じゃあさっきちょっと写真もお見せしました。ちょっと待ってくださいね。光、ロジックゲートを作っていかないといけないんですよね。これ見えてますかね。この論理ゲートですね。でこれを1マイクロメーターです。これを光どんどん作っていくのはやっぱり至難の業なので、どうやって集積していくかっていうのはまだまだ。NTT の技術としては、これ縦に積み上げる技術はもともと持っているので、どれだけ集積できるかっていうのが気になって、多分もっとブレイクスルー必要なんだと思います。
基本的な限界もあると思います。今の電気の電子回路方でも、トンネル効果が限界が出ると思います。それのそこまで光トランジスタつけるっていうのは疑問に思ってしまいます。
はい、僕もこの分野の専門家ではないので、正確にはわからないんですが、実はメモリーをこれで作るのも無理です。なので、メモリーは違うスピントロニクスであるとか、違う光技術を使ったりしながら、要は消費電力がどれだけ減るかっていうのが気になるので、いろんなものを組み合わせながら、極力熱が出ないような形で作っていくには、これしかないんじゃなくて、もっといろんなものを組み合わせてブレイクスルーが必要なんだと思います。
あともう一つ質問です。シミュレーションの話は結構されているんですけれども、結構どの自然現象のローカルなシミュレーションの話だと思って、
気象の話。
そうですね。はい。なんですけど、地球規模の地 将来何こういうふうな上昇するかっていうような、まあ、もっとグローバルなシミュレーションの反響できる役立つパラメータになるのかなと思うんですけど、そういったことはされてるんですか？
実はアプローチ逆で、全球モデルの方が多いんですね。要は細かい点は測れてないんで、離散点で全球モデルの方が実はあって、で、それで今やっと細かいことを測れるようになったんで、それを部分的にモデル化しつつ、それをどう融合させるかという話を今しているところなので、実はアプローチしては逆なんですね。なので、全球モデルも正しいかっていうと、それだけ測ってないモデルだったので、それも修正しながら、お互い両側からアプローチしていくしかないんだろうと思います。
すみません。発表ありがとうございます。2つ質問がありまして、1つ目が未来予測の技術に関してで、こういった基礎研究自体はすごい重要だと思う一方で、NTT さん自体が民間の研究所であるというところから、どういうふうにこう商用化していくのかっていうところ、具体的な案っていうのは今のところあるんでしょうか。
はい、気象について言うと、まずこの観測プラットフォームをまずないので、これを作ります。で、これは道具ですね。でも、ここがしっかりビジネスになります。で、モデルに関しては、気象庁に使ってもらうなり、で、実は、弊社グループにも、ハレックスという気象予報会社があってですね、そこで使うようなことも考えてますし、あと、測ったデータが海洋ビッグデータになりますので、これはこれで、いろんなところに売れると思うような3つのビジネスを考えながら進めています。
ありがとうございます。もう一つが、アイロンコストについてで、どうしても、ガラパゴス形態もしっかりなんですけど、この日本の中だけでガラパゴス化してしまうんじゃないかっていうところに対して、いろいろなところと、協力されるっていうようなところだと思うんですけど、はい、実際にどれくらい、いつ頃どれくらいの可能性というか、ちゃんと世界に普及できるのかっていうところっていうのは、どれくらいこれからやっていくのでしょうか。
ですね、まだアイオン 2.0 までしかできてなくて、国内でようやくちょっと入り出したぐらいなんで、で問題はこういった装置ベンダーさんが日本企業、もともと日本企業って NEC、三菱電機、富士通さんという装置会社があったんですが、ほぼほぼ撤退をして、ノキアとか海外の会社がほとんどになってきました。なので、実は国策でそこをもっと国産にしないといけないよねっていうのは、先週の新聞にも載ってましたけど、そこが、じゃあ海外と組んでグローバルでどんどん売れればそれでもいいんですけど、やはり日本国内のメーカーも強くならないと困るので、そこがこれから勝負だと思います。で、あと、低価格にならないとやっぱり売れないところもあるので、まだそこの筋道は立ってられてないです。これからです。
ありました。ありがとうございます。
お声ありがとうございました。早稲田大学の沼尾と申します。質問ではなくて、自分の感想を述べちゃう形になるんですけど、CO2 と地球温暖化の関係性についてですが、実際に CO2 が地球温暖化に影響しているっていう、その定量的なエビデンスはないというお話だったんですが、とはいえ、じゃあ地球温暖化に影響しているその悪者っていうか、犯人となるものが、特定できてない中で、一つ、CO2 の可能性があるっていうことに対して、社会全体がカーボンニュートラルに向けて進んでいくことは、新しい技術開発にもなるし、もう広がっていくし、雇用も創出されるしで、悪くない流れなのかなって思ったのが、率直な僕の感想なのと、あと5ページのところに見せてもらいます。ここで、海洋も陸地もそれぞれ自分たちが排出した分を吸収できている中で、人間が排出したものっていうのは、自然に頼るしかないし、自然が吸収できる量もこの絶対値を見ると超えているように思えるので、 このデータからもカーボンニュートラルに向けて作っていくことは悪くないかなっていうふうに思ったのが自分の意見なので、何かご表示あるので
CO2 が悪者ではないとは言ってなくて、原因の一つであるのは間違いないので、CO2 を減らしていくことは重要です。で、この 4.9% を減らしていく方向はもちろん重要なんですが、もっともっとこっちの可能性、陸地と海洋の可能性をうまく使った方が効率いいんじゃないですかっていうのも一つの考えなので、正解はないんですよ、これ多分。なので、方向性さえ間違わずに、要は、この循環をしっかり考えようというのが、僕のメッセージで。一個だけ減らしたってどうしようもなくて、やっぱり全体で良くしていく必要性を考えましょうというのが僕の意見です。で、早稲田大学とも一緒にやってるんですよ。はい。
Anyone else has question?
ご講演いただきありがとうございました。京都大学の藤本と申します。個人的な興味というところなんですけれども、台風予測とかの話の中で、最初気象庁さんとうまくコラボできなかったけれど、研究が進んで、向こうからお話をいただいたというようなお話聞かせていただいた中で、この民間会社としてこの研究をするのを実用化するときに、最初向こうからの依頼がなくても研究を進める意義だったりがある必要が多分考えられていて、研究を続けられた結果、向こうからお話をいただいたというような理解なんですけれども、そういったときに今依頼がない中でなぜ研究を続けるのかというポリシーなどもしお持ちでしたらお伺いしたいのと、もう一つ自分のところで開発した技術だったりというのを広めるとか、コラボさらに違う企業とかと協力する際にどのように呼びかけをされて、こうやってたくさんの企業だったりを巻き込まれて、そういうふうにされてきたのかっていうコツなどあれば、ぜひそのポリシーとコツのところを教えていただきたいです。
ポリシーとコツというかですね、実は私の研究所、宇宙環境エネルギー研究所は、5年前にできて、新しく作ったんですね。で、作った時社長から言われたことは、NTT の社長から言われたことは、今までと同じことで全く新しいことやれって言われました。なので、研究者もいないのに、ゲノム編集の最後にあった研究テーマを立ち上げたり、できもしないようなテーマを立ち上げたんですね。で、結局、ポリシーとコツというより、それはもうパッション以外の何者でもなくて、世の中変えていくんだと、NTT からこういうことを発信していくんだ。なぜならば、世の中誰もやらないし、我々がやった方が絶対これ世の中のためになるんだというパッションを持って、人集めから始めて、で、こういった講演もしょっちゅうやってるんですが、やはりいろんなところに出て、現場に行って、誰も測ってないところでどうやって測ったらいいんだって、専門家も何人かいるところに、もう土足じゃないですけど、恥を忍んで、僕ら素人ですけど教えてくださいっていう形で、いろんなところに行って、ご協力をお願いして、で、それもやはり数年すると、担当者もプロになってくるし、実績も出てくると、気象庁のような話になって、やはりパッションと、あと、モチベーションで、一応 NTT という大企業なので、それなりにバジェットがあった、あと社長の理解もあったっていうのもあるんですけれども、そういった、社長もパッションを持ってますので、そういったところじゃないですかね。
ありがとうございます。ニーズだったり、今ある研究員だったり、研究内容というところをベースではなくて、こうあるべきだ、こういう未来にしたいみたいなところをベースに集められるというところから研究を、テーマをスタートさせられる。
なので、その積み上げではなくて、もうゴールを描いて、ここから始めた方が多分よくて。
逆算ベースの研究をされているということで、非常に勉強になりました。ありがとうございます。
Thank you, Professor.
for the excellent session. Thank you, Professor. I would like to know the land portion of this slide. That you refer that the agricultural product, that is hybrid agricultural product, that agricultural crops that can reduce the carbon for decarbonization, hybrid agricultural crops. So it will reduce the productivity of the agricultural product or not. That means for decarbonization, agricultural crops, if it is hybrid, if it can reduce the if it reduce the carbon, then it will be helpful for the environment. And my question is, it will reduce the quantity of the agricultural product or not?
ご質問ありがとうございます。ちょっと最後のページに、このページでちょっとご理解いただきたいんですけども、基本的には、これもビジネスですので、コストがミニマムになるように、しかも、カーボンニュートラルになるようにしていくのがベストです。なので、生産量を下げても何か我慢するというようなことではなくて、両立できるように持っていかないといけないです。なので、どっちかが良くてどっちかが悪いっていうのは多分普及しません。なので、CO2 を下げつつ、コストも下げて、美味しいものができるように。で、そのためには先ほど言いましたように、今の気候に合うように食物を変えていかないといけないような対環境性というのが一番重要だと思います。
Thank you, Professor. And I would like to know that it is widely used in Japan or not, just its initial stages.
いや、これは外国の研究、特に UK とは共同研究に進めています。
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, something you want to ask? Enough? Okay, sure. Okay, so let's give big thanks to Dr. Yuji Maeda. Thank you for your lecture. ありがとうございました。Okay, now we will have a short break, okay, and refresh yourself, please, over there. Okay. Okay, are you all here? Let's start the next session. Okay, next I'd like to introduce our esteemed speaker, Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa, who is professor at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies. Dr. Nobuhiro Aizawa graduated from the Faculty of Law, the University of Tokyo, and completed the doctoral program at the Graduate School of Asian and African Area Studies, Kyoto University. After gaining a PhD degree, he served as assistant professor at the National Graduate Institute for Policy Studies, research fellow at the Institute of Developing Economics, Japan External Trade Organization, and professor at Kyushu University, then assumed his current position. He has also held visiting research positions at the Indonesian Institute for Sciences, Chulalongkorn University, Cornell University, Thammasat University, Kyoto University, the Research Institute of Economy, Trade and Industry, and served as a Japan scholar at the Wilson Center. His areas of expertise include Southeast Asia regional studies and East Asian international relations. His research focuses on Southeast Asian political economy, the new developmental state model, the geopolitics of digitalization, and talent circulation and regional order. He currently serves as Managing Director of the Economic Research Institute for ASEAN and East Asia. His research has been widely published in international journals and policy platforms, and he is frequently invited to speak on issues related to governance, democracy, and regional security in Asia. Dr. Aizawa's interdisciplinary and field-based approach has made him a leading voice in Japan's policy and academic engagement with Southeast Asia. Dr. Aizawa, we are looking forward to your lecture. よろしくお願いします。
Thank you very much for a very sweet introduction. My name is Nobuhiro Aizawa. I have a shorter version of my self-introduction. Yeah, I can speak up. I'll speak louder. The shorter version of my self-introduction is actually, I'm a human trafficker. I'm a human trafficker in a sense of a high educated talents. And that's why I'm sorry. Human trafficker is not good at technology. So the reason why I'm hopping all around as kindly being introduced is that I'm looking for talents everywhere in the world. And I definitely am part of today's story that I wanted to share with you is I want you to join in my business of how we traffic humans, especially people like you, in a better way. So with no sugarcoating language, I think that's the nutshell what I'm doing right now. But half joking but half serious. Today I wanted to not really give a lecture, but I wanted to discuss with you about how we can enhance the way we can circulate talents. I'm a believer that talents are being enhanced by circulation. I mean, this is debatable, but that's what I believe in. So how we can make our system and environment compatible to those circulated, friendly world that you all can thrive, and I can also take the benefit. So let me start by sharing what I'm thinking and what I have been needing to help your brain power to get my ideas much sharpened. I think this is the only graph you have to remember that I have several slides, but you don't have to remember the others. This is the only one you have to remember. So if you look at this is only for the Asia Pacific, which is collected by SCAP in Bangkok. What you can see, this is the trend of increase and decrease of population. And we are here now in 2025. We still are growing, but that trend will come soon to an end at 2055. And then decrease steadily all the way to around 2100, which is estimated to lose around 200 million decrease per year, which is pretty much a frightening number that we can't imagine at this time. If you look at this, if you believe this, we can debate this. This is an absurd estimation. We can debate this. But if you believe this, what you can easily consider is that we're going to have a war for people, right? We talked about oils, we talked about data, but now we are entering an era that human beings are the scarcest resource or assets that our region has. So if you are in a business or if you are in a public policy, if you look at this data, you know that the world is going to fight for human beings. We all talk about territorial land disputes, sea border disputes, data sovereignty, whatever, now at 2025. But if you believe in this long trend, we definitely have to be ready for the fight coming up. Especially if you think for your children. If the baby is born at 2025, by the time they are becoming 30 years old, they are in a 0 point of population growth and decrease in our region. Or maybe this is an encouragement for you to have a lot of babies because they're now being very, very valuable in 30 years to come. maybe it's a good sign that you can motivate yourself to have more babies, because it's going to be really, really precious. Maybe much more than my paper or books that I write. My babies are much more precious. So if you take this estimation seriously, I think we are in the era that we have to think about what governance, what state, what's the politics, what's the business, what's the environment is going to look like. What is the definition of future of work? What is the new definition of social contract? All going to change. So that's what we want to talk today. At least I need your help, because you will be in this situation more than I will. So what I want to discuss with you and share with you is how we win this war, or how do we prevent war in the coming years. If I'm talking from a single nation leadership position, maybe I'm going to try to ask you, how can I win the war of this fight for population? If I'm from a standpoint from a, say, international organization or diplomacy, I want to think with you, how can we prevent war on people? Or if I'm a human trafficker, I want to know how I can profit from this one. Right? So this is the question I wanted to ask you. I don't have the answer. I'm sorry to say, I'm throwing this to you. I don't have the answer, but I want to think this with you. So I'll throw in some of the things that it might help you how to think about this. So yes, I have a 15 minutes or so, but please jump in when you have a question, when you're doubtful of what I'm saying. Please join and please. That's why we are here in person to talk together. I've been thinking about this because, I'm sorry, this is Japanese, but this similar chart of the Asia Pacific preceded in Japan. This is the data on Japan. It's basically the same data. But the point of population growth to decrease turned in 2010 in Japan, not 2050. Japan is 40 years earlier at the critical juncture of increase to decrease. And now we are steadily going down, decreasing. This year we just had a new data. We recorded a record high decrease of population. So before looking at the Asia Pacific, Japan is already in a dire situation that we really have to fight for people. But of course, you might not feel it because there's a lot of systematic inertia, stickiness, that wouldn't optimize in this situation as fast as we wish to be. So another question is how we can change the system to optimize in this new reality, new standard of governance as quickly as we hope to be. Experience in Japan, this already happened in 2010. We are gradually taking an effort, but yet to be there, I'm sorry to say. So no matter how much you have a realization of the situation, it still takes a lot of energy to apply yourself to a new era. Recent trends. In last 5 years, there's another interesting trend. Of course, there was a lot of things happening. We had COVID, we had Ukrainian war. The world seems to be not as peaceful as it used to be 15 years ago. One of the reaction to this anxiety is, of course, it's migration. there are two big motivations for you to migrate. You migrate for hope, and you migrate for anxiety. We still don't know what's the cause yet. We can debate this, but at least a huge increase in migration is happening in the last 5 years, despite of our experience of COVID and other geopolitical tensions. And interestingly, it's not about only a long distance migration, but migration in the neighborhood is also increasing. This chart, the only part I wanted to share is the middle one. The migrants within Asia has been steadily increasing in the past 20 years. This signifies many things, maybe anxiety, maybe a hope, or maybe a lot of technological change. But at least what we can catch is there is a huge shift within Asia as well, not from Asia to other parts, like as you can see in the right-hand side. Migrants from Asia to other places are in steep increase, much more than other places to Asia, which is on the left side. But what is even more happening is migration within Asia. This is an interesting phenomenon for us to think about. We normally know the left side and the right side, but not in the middle. We know a lot of, like say, students go to the United States or to Europe or Australia. But we didn't know there's so much more moving around in our region, intra-Asia migration. If you look carefully, one of the interesting phenomena that I found out is that some part of the region has growth, and some part of Asia, and some part of Asia has growth, some part of Asia has decreased number of migration. Yes, the big part is the North and Central Asia and South and Southwest Asia. Those are the relatively large proportion of intra-Asia migration. But what I think is very interesting is that the green bar, which is the Southeast Asian migrants, are on steady increase. The others goes up and down. The Pacific and the Southeast Asian going upwards. Why is that? Maybe you know better than I do. This is also the phenomenon that we can catch right now. I'm sorry, this chart is a little small. The only part that I wanted to tell you is this part. This part that has more developed regions to less developed regions. So there is a big difference between the proportion of migrants in a society of the developed countries and the less developed countries. But what I just wanted to share with you is that this tells another long trend. So the migration pattern, if I combine the intra-Asia with developed to developing, to put it in simple words, the long trend migration is from the less developed, the developing Asia to developed Asia. So this population shift or migration is now surfacing as a long trend. When we calculate a lot of long trend mechanisms, be it the technology, be it the trade, be it the economy, a lot of things is very unreliable, but the only metrics I always believe is population. Population trend is really a big tanker that is not going to move left and right in a very quick way. It is one of the most reliable data for us to check the mega trend. And when I check the mega trend, in those 4 slides. One thing I can say is in the coming 30 years, there's going to be a competition or war about human talent and human beings. And one of the biggest shift is from the less developed Asia to the developed Asia. What will that bring to our region? Is going to be another question. Or is there a way to accelerate or prevent those to happen? That's another question, depending on what you think is the ideal situation. Whether you believe this or not, it's up to you, but I'll give you why I believe this in one more thing, one more data. So if I look at this data, I'm sorry, it's another small one, but please look at parts like China, Japan, Korea, or Taiwan. So these are the countries, in a way, are absorbing a lot of migration. And if you look at from 90 to 2024, you can see it is a similar 300%, 400% growth in the past 35 years, which is a very consistent trend, I can see. And if you look at the ratio compared to places like Singapore or Brunei, so to speak, the percentage of Japan, Korea, Taiwan, those places are still low. So what I can see is that there's still room to grow, I would say. So these are the data why I believe the trend is still there. And this data survived situations like COVID. So I think it's a very consistent, robust trend. On top of that, interesting thing is happening right now. The world is now turning back against the free trade order or the liberal democratic order that maybe you have heard about this like 5 years ago. I'm in the era which I believe the world to be like that. Maybe you don't anymore. So, you know, WTO is no longer a credible global governance organization. You know, the high tariff is now politically justified. So there, among the policymakers, there are much less people who believe in this liberal order, especially on goods and services. But interestingly, the person who kind of shot the final bullet is now selling citizenship, right? We consider goods and service in a sense of nationalism, but at the same time, there is selling citizenship. We talk about immigration, borders, but they're selling citizenship, right? Of course, this is not new. All these countries, especially places like Canada or Singapore, all these countries have put their citizenship on the market. So what I'm now trying to write a book about is this book, the liberal demographic order. It's not a democratic, but a demographic order. So the trade of servicing goods are now having a high wall. It's no longer liberal. That's politically justified. But the person who's doing that is, in a way, liberalizing citizenship and liberalizing nationality. So when you look at all this, the world is going to be fighting for people. And now the biggest economic protectionist country is now opening up a space to liberalize their citizenship or nationality. I think we are now on a all-out fight for a war on people. And this is going to happen everywhere. Not only the British Empire countries. But Japan is doing that. I'm sure our Asian countries like Korea, Taiwan, Thailand, Malaysia, everybody is going to put a price tag on their citizenship. I'm 100% sure about that. And I'm sure your country is going to put a price tag on your citizens very soon. So what kind of implication that gives to your national politics, regional order? That's another question that we can debate about. Hope I'm not talking too long. Just to give you a snapshot on several other details of what's happening recently. So if you put a price tag on human beings in a much more open way, liberal way, of course it's not just a government initiative, it's also a market demand. And the market demand definitely comes from the increased mobility in tech and healthcare services. We can look into your country's lobbyists who's paying so much for a lot of relaxing immigration law, citizenship law. You will easily spot this tech and healthcare service companies. Because of this growth of IT, biotech, you need a lot of healthcare professional movement, much more so than 30 years ago. Second point, I already referred to that the intra-ASEAN migration is now happening steeply. The third one is the interesting finding so far. This is also debatable, so I'm welcome to debate more about this. The impact of COVID-19, first thought that it will lock in the human mobility and less mobility of our future. However, it has created a new standard of work, which is like the remote work, which brings a new space of economic opportunity and policy making to attract talent by changing visas. Like maybe you know the nomadic digital worker visa. Open up, say, policy sandbox in certain islands, give visa with a lot of tax incentives. That has become a new toolkit of a country to win the hearts of this migrating professionals. And the other one, this is another big trend that I already see. I think most of the country already knows or identifies the preciousness of these talents or the beginning of the war of people. Therefore, all countries are campaigning the migrants to return. We call this like a diaspora policy. How to bring their talent back home. And that seems to be one of the top agenda of the new leadership everywhere in Asia. They will put incentives, new tax regulations or visa policies, trying hard to win their diaspora first, because that can set the standard for inviting more non-diaspora foreign talents back home. So right now, every country is trying to think of the best package to their diasporas. So that's the kind of issue that we are now seeing, and that's what I wanted to share with you. And it's the megatrend. But of course, megatrend is just a megatrend. To get there, it will be a lot of bumpy roads ahead. And why? At least I can casually identify these points in the slide. So what are the push factor for this trend, and what are maybe the pull factor not to make this happen? Of course, not to repeat too much, the technological change is definitely a push factor. Communication and transportation is so much migration friendly now. And as post-COVID already proved, those technology has helped the future of work to be remote. And this has been coupled with the displacement of work as well. So a lot of people are working or looking for a new geographical location for their best environment to work, the best environment to maximize their value. And it is possible because of those technological changes. The other one, of course, is the changing hierarchy of global supply chain. Maybe in Asia Pacific, it used to be the automobile industry, but now maybe it's the semiconductor industry. Automobile industry is very famous for a space that integrates the supply chain in a geographical location. But if the prime product of the industrial supply chain at these days are semiconductor, no single geographical location completes the semiconductor production, which means that the supply chain is even more stretched out. And to support semiconductor engineering needs to be optimized cross-border, unlike the automobile industry. In Japan, we have a new TSMC factory in Kumamoto. We need a lot of foreign talents because, of course, the location does not suffice the whole chain of expertise. It's going to happen everywhere in this industry. So the structure or the hierarchy of the global supply chain also is a push factor to compete for the best talent in the region. Now, the other push factor, a little bit of negative factor, is that there's a global trend of a forgotten middle class. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot to shift my slides. Yeah, so before going to the middle class, I just wanted to share the changing of the future of work, the changing of industrial hierarchy definitely is felt in Japan. And one of the things, I'm sorry, this is in Japanese, but this is the trend of how much of foreign professionals are registered in Japan. And in the past 4 or 5 years, we have seen there's the whole of growth in every sector of industry, from low skill to high skill. And especially one of the biggest growth is the gray part, which is the high skill. Maybe you're knowledgeable about the low skill Japanese immigration changes, but the data shows the biggest growth in the Japanese immigration already in the last 4 years, or maybe last 6 years, is high skill. And the driver very much come from China, India, but you can see places like Taiwan, as I mentioned about the TSMC, clearly pops out that to fill in the lacking human source for Japan. And this is a very clear trend in Japan, that when we think about fighting for human talents, the biggest high that we are looking for is high-skilled labor or high-skilled technical workers in the cutting-edge field. And this is not just about, yes?
Sorry, so a quick question about the...
yes.
So does... quick question about the immigration. So does it include like student visa holders?
That's a great question. No.
Oh, wow, really?
Yes.
I think that there's like, most of the people are like, students.
Yes, that's actually even a bigger data. Yes. So you're right. The students are the so-called biggest workforce because of their part-time job, as you mentioned. So they are also filling in. Yeah. Factually, that's correct. So the question is, what will be the implication here? I'm not sure that will be, that is the situation. I don't think that will be the long-term trend. How do you think? It becomes a little bit of informal job.
Mm-hmm.
Informal job, so expanding informal job, filling in to foreign workers.
Yeah, right. And also, it also depends on the policy by GSP has changed the policy about scholarship.
Yeah.
And that might kind of change the pattern.
Which do you think is more controversial? This, quasi state student worker increase, or to the high skilled increase?
What do you mean by the latter?
So you have both data, right? So you have a data that a lot of students grow, and they are de facto workers.
Yeah.
In Arbeito.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think that will be politically neutralized because that's a little controversial in the Japanese political landscape, or is it this growth of the high tech skills migrant? The growth of that will be more targeted as something that may be taking away the best jobs in Japan.
Anyway, we're facing population decline, so we need good people. So my personal opinion is just open up the border. They find high school skilled people and revitalize the economy. So that's
yes. Let me jump to a different chart that I tried to share. Sorry, I messed up. So I have I don't know how old are you, but the data look like the younger the Japanese, I'm talking about the left one. This is the question is, how do you think about there are more foreigners in your neighborhood or your community? And the dark blue says that's favorable. The gray says not favorable. And the light blue says not so sure, or maybe depends. And the highest favorable opinion comes from the 18 and 19 years old. I don't know the dip in the 2024, but 25, 29 is as the second high population group. So I think it is okay to say the younger, the more favorable, right? Why is that? I don't know.
I don't know.
How do you think?
I don't know. They're like more flexible.
More flexible. Because there's a theory that a lot of economists will say like the more like talented foreigner come into your country, you will be exposed to more job competition, right?
Right. Yeah.
But interestingly, not so much, right? So there's something wrong about this presumption.
Yeah.
At least in asking questions about this phenomenon right now in Japan.
Yeah.
And it looks like the right bar chart also is about the United States. And the Gen Z definitely have so much better favorability to diversity compared to the boomers or Generation X, which I'm part of. Right? So when I say this is all about the push factor, it looks like the world is in favor of this whole talent circulation and the migration, which is a good sign, I think. Because if this is a negative, I think it's going to be another, Trump against, population circulation. But at least I haven't checked all the surveys in every country, but at least in Japan, where I am in right now, it looks like, the generation looks very favorable.
Yeah, I think research trend is more about like diversity and inclusion, and I think we're like really familiar with that kind of like, what are the policies they're taking to enhance the level of diversity and inclusion. So I think that's a part of the trend.
Yeah, I think the word you use, the familiar, is pretty much a key. The familiarity of this new normal is definitely like the key. And how we bring that in is a big, both a policy and market question. Definitely the tendency of politics or social politics, you're against something you're not familiar, but the familiarity really gives you a smoother transition. And as you mentioned, maybe there is a generation gap that you're familiar with your lifestyle in a more diverse society. So yes, the trend definitely is I don't know, but it's good to say it's a push factor, but it's a good environment that converges to the mega trend that we see in the region. That's a great point. Sorry, I forgot to talk about the student part. The student is definitely the biggest statistics. So yeah, back to the data I wanted to show. The lack of talents filling in with foreigners, not just about the Japanese trend, but it's also the United States, which I highlighted, the biggest industry that every government is pushing, which is the semiconductor. So you're missing like tens of thousands of high-skilled engineers. So you name it, it's the electronic engineers, the chemical engineers, all kinds of engineers. And how you optimize that, you can't optimize in a single country. So that is another driver that pushes circulation. throughout the region. Now, I mentioned a little bit about another push factor, which is the forgotten middle class. This is the case of Indonesia, which I study a lot about. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with this elephant's curve. Elephant's curve was once a model that we use a lot to explain 2008 economic crisis, which kind of emphasized that those days, the middle class of the emerging economy is the push factor of the global economy, while the middle class in the developed country like the United States or Japan or Europe was the one who kind of instability factor of the politics in those countries. So that explains also the kind of rise of Trump, the right-wing surge in Europe. So those were the trends that explain a lot about political economy in 2008 and maybe back until 2015. But now, if you look at one of the biggest countries in our region, Indonesia, that the middle class in Indonesia, which is an emerging country, the middle class is also shrinking. This is another trend that we are going to see in the coming 5 years, 10 years. Today, Indonesia is erupting with a lot of demonstration and frustration. And I can easily pinpoint that the root cause is this one. What's happening is, with the kind of free trade global economy, throwing in democracy like 5 years, electoral campaign and everything, a lot of political will definitely choose to favor the wealthiest, which drives the macroeconomic growth and also campaign money too. And at the same time, you put in a lot of, say, social policies, redistribution to the lower strata of the economies to win election. It happens in Japan too. If there's an election, you will see a lot of cash coming up. So a lot of electoral countries do this, right? You shake hands with the rich and you disperse money to the lower strata. Who's frustrated? Of course, the middle class. The middle class is forgotten. Their hope to become an upper class is shattered. It happens in Japan, it happens in Korea, it happens in China too. And now it's happening in places like Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia as well. What this brings is, middle class in these emerging economies is a talented, young, energetic people. They're looking for their future. But you can see they can easily lose hope for their country. The choices are two. You show your frustration, change your system, or migrate. Choose other countries. Because your government is not appreciating you. I think this is going to happen a lot. I think same thing is going to be happening in Japan. A lot of young, middle class Japanese are now working in a low salary. Okay, move to Singapore, Australia, or whatever, right? They can have like 3 times higher rate, and they're skilled. Middle class young talents are very skillful and energetic. This is going to happen not just in a single country, everywhere, and this is going to push another circulation trend. With the technology, middle class people can fly. Middle class people can move to another country and settle. They're okay. They can communicate with their family back home. You don't have to die in a wrecked ship like in the 15th century or 16th century. Right now, we have good technology to make your move a safe one. And your country is not taking care of you. putting more higher taxes on you, while all the social care is only to a minimum, paid workers. A country like Indonesia, which has almost 300 million people, this is a big phenomenon that I think it will stir another regional demographic situation. So this is another push factor that I wanted to share. This is the detail why it's happening, so I'll just skip this. And another one, how about the AI? How do you think about the AI? This is something I really like to ask you. But this is the case of Japan. I just put two markers here. The red bar is Japan, while green bar is the United States. So the red bar, this is the it's a survey like 10 years ago, maybe more. But it definitely, in a country like Japan, where everybody now realizes we are in shortage of labor, it's taken very positively. AI will bring a lot of good, positive in our society. It will optimize our workforce. So the two circles in the top, it says that it will substitute the labor shortage. It will optimize our workforce. And the last one, the fourth circle, says that it will create another new job. There are differences about AI and labor market depending on the country, but I think countries with labor shortage, like Japan, Korea, Taiwan, maybe Thailand too, I'm sure there are going to be a lot of new AI usages, which also requires more talents, actually. And it's not going to be enough within the Japanese to support that. I have a very funny story. In a hotel in Nagasaki, there is a hotel called Henna Hotel. And then it has zero, what do you call it? When you check into the hotel, there's no people. It's only robots, right? But it actually, there was an announcement that they lay off robots. Why? Because one robot needed 3 new jobs at the back end. And that back end workforce talents was in shortage. Therefore, they couldn't operate the robot in front. So right now we are in a transition period, right? So when you try to do automation, AI implementation, you actually are required to have more talents in the backyard, which Japan is lacking. And this is not about Japan only. Korea, Taiwan, everything is the same. So this is also another push factor that I wanted to share with you. I'll mostly skip this, but this is push factor. Another one, climate change. Japan is so hot. We want to move somewhere else. But that's another a push factor. It happens in more severe conditions. Well, our neighborhood is surrounded by a much more severe environment. It's another new reason why we need to move. Maybe I'm talking too much. I'll stop soon. And yes, the generational shift. I think there is a more demand for more activism to make this change happen, rather than mitigating this trend to happen. So there's a lot of good things aligned to. So how do we get there? How do we get there? If we look back in these transition periods, we don't only rely on government agencies to make this as smooth. Every time there's a new technology, every time there's a new governance issue that is common to various countries, there are a lot of, say, how do you call it? public but non-market institutions. For example, for environmental issues, there was this Kyoto Protocol. Financial, there is IMF, World Bank, all these public, non-market institutions always set the standard of, say, developments, environments, places like WHO had this governance standard of health. You have all these international organizations, so to speak. But of course, that's not only the norm setter. We have also private but non-market institutions like ISO. I don't know if you've heard about ISO, but ISO is like this one. ISO, the right one, we have a lot of robotics coming up right now, and then, they are mostly needed in, say, nursing homes, but robots in nursing homes need standards, right? So who said that? Like ISO said. You have to be soft. Robots in factories and robots in nursing homes has to be different, right? Robots in factory can be strong, fast, or like warehouse, like Amazon warehouse robots, Eon warehouse robots. To like nursing home is different. Warehouse you can speed up with like 25 kilometers, 35 kilometers, but at nursing home there is like a speed limit of like say 4 kilometers per hour or like 3 kilometers per hour. That's ISO. Like the surface has to be softer than certain metric, so that when you bump into a elderly, they don't get hurt. So the standard setting to make sure, like say, robots making in country A to robots making in country B to be compatible. You need a lot of these organizations that sets the standard and sets the kind of norms of new technology that you can create this with a single standard. Because without it, the kind of talent circulation will not be going to happen as smoothly. Because the standard and say even more certification could be made commonly, then it gives a much smoother way of talent circulation. So these kind of practices at the history of the last 70 years was not only done by a single country collectively, or not just in international organization, but also even in private companies that creates this standard as well. The same goes to like airline flights, the IATA, I forgot all the names, but those are the same. And I'm just happy to share in Japan, there's one institution called JABEE. This is particularly very active in the past 15 years that try to create a technological licensing schemes across countries so that, for example, one chemical engineers working in Penang in semiconductor can automatically come in Kumamoto and work in the same factory without any government intervention. So it kind of streamlines all these movements. And these are not happening G2G, happening in the market as well. So these are another lesson that we can learn how kind of agencies we can use. Okay. So okay, I don't want to go into too much political theories, but last one to conclude my book on the is a liberal democratic or demographic order. This is a very famous trilemma diagram that we talk about economic globalization. So this is a trilemma, dilemma and trilemma, right? So this is made around 2011, maybe 20 years ago by an economist called Danny Roderick. So he posed a theory that this three principle cannot be met simultaneously. You have to take only 2, not 3. So the 3 principle is hyperglobalization, sustaining national sovereignty, and sustaining democratic politics. 3 of them is a common agenda a lot of government want to pursue, but it's impossible to do 3 of them. You can only do 2. For example, this theory was made, for example, in the European economic crisis when Greece went bankrupt. Greece is a democratic country, and Greece wanted to run its economy on a globalized market. But if you do that, your national sovereignty was not secure. It was under the EU mechanism. Greece, when global market was not in their favor after the economic crisis, they wanted to print cash, they wanted to disperse a lot of social security money. Of course, Germany will say, what are you doing? It's like, the big brother is telling the big small brother, why are you spending so much of our money, right? You're part of the family, you can't do that, right? So there's no sovereignty. And why they are doing it? Because it's democracy. If you're a democratic country, you have to use money for social security to win votes, to stay in power. If Greece was an authoritarian, maybe they can say, just shut up and then I'm not going to give you any social security money. It's a market problem, it's not a government problem. They can just say that. But unfortunately, it's a democracy. So, 3 of them couldn't end. Throw in cases like Singapore. Singapore is hyper-globalized, very liberal market, strong in national sovereignty. They don't want any meddling with their neighbor countries or big countries too. Are they democratic? Yeah, maybe they have election, but not so much. How can we do this? This is all about the liberal democracy theory, right? So if you turn this into liberal demographic theory, can we do this or not? Can we have a hyper-globalized liberal labor market or immigration market while retaining national sovereignty and democracy? Can we do it? That will be my $1 million question. If I follow Danny Roderick's theory, the answer is no, but I'm not giving up. I want to say yes. Please help. So that will be my final question. Sorry I spoke long. Thank you so much.
So, if you have any questions, time for you to talk.
講演ありがとうございました。京都大学の藤本美恵と申します。英語に翻訳したので頑張って英語で話します。Thank you for interesting discussion. I believe immigration is a complex topic where opinions differ. Globally, Japan has historically been a country with few immigration, but the situation has been changing recently. Just the other day, Japan's political landscape shifted, growing barriers for immigrants and taking roads to more openly accept foreigners. In your talk, you mentioned that accepting immigrants could contribute to Japan's growth. I particularly agree with that opinion and find it educational. On the other hand, there's also the fact that some countries that accepted immigrants earlier than Japan are now experiencing anti-immigration movement. This is because among immigrants, some respect the culture of their new country, while others do not. And there are also predications that public safety could deteriorate. Personally, I am positive about diversity, but at the same time, seeing demonstrations like those in Australia makes me think we should proceed cautiously. I agree accepting immigrants is a divisive issue. I'd appreciate hearing your thoughts on some of the negative opinions. If you have any ideas about restrictions that could be implemented to reassure opponents, I'd like to hear them.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's a great question, and I have a simple answer. I don't know. So I really need you and your friends to teach me better idea. It's a chicken and egg, situation I see. Like you're so right that I think I like your word you mentioned, cautious. So I will be cautiously optimistic, but I think it is, what is it to be cautious about? What are we need to be cautious about? I need your help because the only clear experience I saw was in Germany, when there was a huge Syrian migration to Germany. There was a regional difference for those who were happily accepting to those who were against. And the explanation I got was basically money. So there were certain parts of Germany that has good enough budget. When they welcome the immigrants, they could provide language education, job facilitation, because that regional government had enough budget. But in the region where there was no budget, they didn't provide that. And definitely that gave less environment for the new migrants to, in a way, integrate in the society. Right? So if it is about the money, maybe it is about you need to have a new foreign talent to grow the money. Right? So it's a chicken and egg thing. I'm telling this case like, say, I was in Hamburg, which is a very economic booming port city, a lot of jobs. Yes, so if you have a job, that region is okay. But maybe if it is a region, there's no job. But the dilemma here is, it is the region that there is no job that wants new migrants, right? So it's a chicken and egg, debate. Even in Japan too, right? I think our immigration policy push came from a lot of regions that the workforce was lacking, and this was mostly in the countryside, that their business is in crisis. But it is those places that are not, familiar enough or not cautious enough that certain, single case, several case could create a antagonism against the migrants. So this is the dilemma we have been experiencing the past 10 years, and I don't think we have yet to find a good solution to this. That's why I need your help. This is always the crisis, but yeah. So that's why I must say I don't have an answer to that. But that's a great question. I really like your help to tackle this. How we can change the course.
Thank you so much. The chicken and egg question is not interesting. I learned that if Japan is going to accept immigrants, it should just accept them too, but should also invest money to provide educational opportunity for them. I agree with you.
Yeah. And I think the one thing I must, or I want to emphasize is that the first slide that I shared with you, I think we are now in a situation we have to fight for it. So this long trend of developed country starting to use the framework of, say, accepting needs to be changed. We need to go attractive. I think that's the era we are in. If the global megatrend is not like what we are in a decreasing population, I think it is fine. We can be sitting on a place to wait for people to come and be ready to so-called accept it. But I think if you look at the global trend, I think the world is now changing, that we are going to fight each other for it. And this doesn't only happen within country to country. It could be happening to industry, region to region, city to rural, rural to rural. It could be happening in so many layers. And I think, when the regional trend is going even, more decreasing population, I think that's going to be the common norm in the future, in the very near future to come.
I also hope Japan can remain an attractive country that people want to visit.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
Thank you so much. That's really interesting lecture. And so first thing is that just a comment. So for us, I don't know, it's just my impression though, but Japanese housekeeping people are not really attracted to working abroad, just an impression, I think, from the observation around me, because of, I don't know, safety, and also maybe they have cultural language barriers. So what I'm thinking is, I think our problem is rather than preventing people going outside Japan, we have to attract people from outside of Japan. So in that sense, maybe we have to offer what you call it a good package of visas or very good combination of education or materials that maybe that's required for living inside of Japan. So what would be the best package for that benefit us and also those newcomers from outside? What's your opinion on this?
Yeah, I think if I have the answer, I will be very rich now. I can run a great consulting firm to do that. So it's the same question that TSMC had, right? So they have a factory in the middle of Kumamoto, and then it's in the middle of a field. How are you going to bring top-notch mechanical engineers, chemical engineers to that place, right? It's not Tokyo. It's not Hong Kong. It's in the middle of nowhere, Kumamoto, right? Definitely, it was education. The package was competitive salary plus education. So they invested on international school that the professionals can feel, comfortable with their children's education. So I'm in that generation, I look a lot about my children's education more than anything. So I think it's for middle class people, we don't have assets, we don't have big land, we don't have coal mines, or we don't have diamond mines. The only thing we have is ourselves. So especially for middle class, I think education is most important. If you're dealing with an upper class, maybe like a lot of tax incentives for property purchases and everything, that will be the package. So if you buy a condo in somewhere, this is the set perks that you will get. You have health insurance, and you have the kind of all the perks, right? So it really depends on which type of people you're trying to attract. So middle class, definitely education. Upper class, these tax exemptions, tax incentives. Those are the two clear things. But I'm sure that's not the only thing. That's where we need more ideas. Maybe it is, I don't know, environmental health related. I think there is a so much higher consciousness about the type of environmental access that we have, access to science, access to clean environment. So, how's your residential area? How's your mobility package? You can, you don't want to stay in places like polluted air places, right? So you can work there, but you can have 1 month of vacation in a very clear air. I think that's another increasingly attractive rights.
Yeah. Also, from the perspective like who Japan wants to attract, I think it's so we're facing a lack of human resource, and not so many some of the older people are not really committed with those who do not have much skills, but we need those people for working force, right? So in that sense, maybe we need more people skilled at BI related to kind of technologies, and that minimizes the immigrant who have less skills. So that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, I think so. I totally agree. Yeah. But I think we need to really be sensitive to the changing demands and the needs, so that we can attract, right? Because the package was very useful 10 years ago, may not be necessary now. And yeah, I think that is the sensitivity to that. So for us to be able to make this happen, I think we really need to be knowledgeable about our region, our living standards, living conditions, professional motivations, all these things. It's constantly changing. Thank you very much.
So let's give a big hand to this great lecture. Thank you. So now we have a break time. And after the break, we have the debate session, which I think you're looking forward to. And it will start at 4:35. Okay? So until that time, refresh yourself and have a break. And we will change the arrangement of the tables while you are taking a break.
Okay, thank you very much. We will start the debate in 10 minutes. 4:30 promptly. So can you be back here? 4:30. Yes, 4:30. Those who are debating, okay? Those who are not debating can come back a little later. No, no, no. It's 20 past, so you have 10 minutes if you want to go to the laboratory. Yes, after that you have 20 minutes. So please be back at 4:30 for the debate team. You can start your preparation if you like. It's best not to discuss your arguments. To go to before you start, have you decided who is going to?
これ逆向きじゃないです。入らないか。あ、そうですね。とりあえずもう空いてるのはあっちにしまって持ってきましょうか。なんか余ってますか？はい。ちょっともらいました。
Okay, it's 4:30, so please start your preparation. So, Team Lion, you have 20 minutes to prepare.
イベントのルールはあんまりよく分かってなくて、軽く今日見れるからデモンストレーション。本番だけど。いやいやいや、全然そうね。ああ。強そうです。かわいい。アメリカ系の英語が高校や中高で、あとプラスサートシート。それでね、国上レベル。すごいわ。一番思ったことです。なんか英語、完全になんかデンマーク人だまりが染みつきすぎて、そうなんです。ああいうかっこいい感じで喋れない。なんか生ではないんですって、なんか癖がないんだよね。正直。取りやすい。
イントネーションがってあって。
そう、なんかデンマークここそもそもイントネーションなくて、ずっと弁みたいな感じなんで、寒いから口がきた。デンマークとか、スウェーデンとノルウェー語と全部ほぼ一緒。フィンランドはスラブ系のロシア語。一あんま開けないでさ。結構長くいてデンマーク人の英語めちゃくちゃ早いんだよね。早いですよ。本当に早い。なんか全部そこで話すから喋るようにする。
You have 10 more minutes, and if your team has decided on the two main points of the discussion, I would advise you to go look at the worksheet and start working on your individual skills.
日本語やから。
想像以上に軽いでしょ。So we have that newspaper for that data.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me? Okay, preparation time has expired. Can we have the debaters come and sit in their seats? Will the audience sit in the middle? Okay, opposition side, please. Good afternoon. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining our debate. This is the first debate of our seminar. We are very honored to have the honorable speakers today on both sides. On my right side is the proposition. On my left side is the opposition. Okay? Let me introduce the opposition speaker. The first speaker of the proposition is Archie from Philippines. The second speaker is Nao from Tokyo. The two floor speakers are Osama and Atsushi. Osama is from Egypt and Atsushi is from Tokyo. And finally, the reply speaker on the proposition side is Ogi. from Kyoto. On the opposition side, our first speaker is Rudy from Malaysia. The second speaker is Sayaka from Tokyo. The third and fourth speaker is Gakuho from Tokyo. Okay. And also Rafi. Okay, sorry, Rafi from Bangladesh. And finally, the reply speaker is Koki. The motion before the House is, we believe that preserving human dignity for all mankind is essential in order to share the full benefits of scientific and technological progress. Before we start, I would like to make sure that you know the timing of your speeches. The first two speakers will talk for 3 minutes each. Then we will have a 15-minute floor debate. And the reply speakers will talk for 2 minutes. I will ring this bell after 2.5 minutes. You can speak for 3 minutes. At 3 minutes, I will ring this twice, and you can go on for another 2 minutes. Okay, back there. And for the reply speaker, 1.5 minutes and 2 minutes, and you can go on for 15 more seconds. Okay, and so I would call upon the first speaker of the proposition side, Archie, to give your speech in 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. The proposition, fairly stand by the motion that preserving human dignity for all mankind is essential in order to share the full benefits of scientific and technological progress. Let me define the motion. Human dignity refers to the inherent worth, value, and rights of every person, regardless of background, status, or condition. Scientific and technological progress means advancements in knowledge, medicine, communication, energy, artificial intelligence, and all fields of human innovation. Preserving dignity means ensuring that in the pursuit of this advancement, respect for people's rights, equality, and human is maintained. Our team stance is clear. Progress without dignity is false progress. We are anticipating that the opposition will argue that human dignity is important, but not necessarily a prerequisite for benefiting from science and technology advancement. So my speech will follow two side points. Preserving human dignity is essential because it provides the ethical foundation for science and technology. And number two, ensures the benefits that are shared fairly across society. Without dignity, science may advance, but it risks exploitation, inequality, and loss of public trust. Innovation without ethics harms people, and innovation without fairness benefits only the privileged few while leaving others behind. History shows that there are unethical and human experiments conducted in the name of science. Misuse of personal data by tech companies has violated privacy and created public distrust. In both cases, dignity was ignored and society condemned these acts. During COVID pandemic, unequal access to vaccines shows us that without respect for dignity, scientific progress cannot reach all humanity. Meanwhile, initiatives like global vaccine sharing platforms prove that dignity is what makes progress both acceptable and truly beneficial. Therefore, to truly share the full benefits of science and technology, dignity must come first. Otherwise, by opposing this motion, are we saying that science and technology should progress even if it tramples on basic human rights, or human security as mentioned in lecture 1 of today's lecture? Or are we also saying that progress should be reserved only for the powerful few, while the rest of mankind suffers? In conclusion, our case is simple. Human dignity is not optional, it is essential. It gives science its ethical foundation and ensures that benefits are shared fairly across humanity. Without dignity, progress becomes exploitation for few. With dignity, progress uplifts everyone. That is why we, the proposition, strongly affirms today's motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, I would like to go on to the opposition speaker. Okay, Rudy from Malaysia. Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter, members of the government, and my fellow colleagues in the opposition. Today's motion is we believe that preserving human dignity for all mankind is essential in order to share the full benefits of scientific and technological progress. As highlighted by the respected Prime Minister, we actually don't oppose the preservation of human dignity, but what we have differ is on understanding of the word of essential in order to share the full benefit of scientific and technological progress. Because based on few of my point, which is the first one, the scientific and technological progress in our history is achieved regardless of the human condition that occurred during that time. And my second point will be the scientific and technological progress that we achieve is based or judged on their benefits and usefulness, not bound to any particular moral values. So as the head of proposition mentioned just now, we are referring on the essential. What is understood as essential? For us, we understood essential as required, a condition that required before we achieve something. So if we impose a condition which is preserving human dignity for all mankind, it will be contradicted and it will be stop whatever scientific or technological progress benefit that it can bring and can be shared for the overall of mankind. So as I mentioned in my first point, the history has shown that we are able to achieve scientific and technological progress regardless of human condition, and over the years, the scientific and technological progress can be shared through throughout the humankind. And my second point is the scientific and technological progress must be done and implemented based on their economic and usefulness, economic benefit and usefulness. So as we can see, the benefit is good for majority of the mankind, not all of mankind. It can be pursued. Like one of example that I can give is COVID vaccination, because the COVID vaccination has been fast-tracked. It's not properly tested clinically, but we use whatever vaccine that has been produced by the multinational company to stop the COVID spread. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to ask the second speaker on the proposition right now. Your speech in 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. For both sides in this debate, the goal is the same, and that is to protect human security with innovation, technological progress. And for quality, sustainable technological progress, we are happy with this. 2 things in my speech. The first is the rebuttal to the opposition side. The second, we elaborate our argument. The first, and before that, we clarify the 2 things. The firstly, what is the technological progress with the human dignity? Example is ensuring equal access to vaccine, addressing the impact of AI on employment, and conducting the genetic research with ethical responsibilities. This is a big example. The opposition side have to argue the specific example of what is the stop also regardless of the human conditions. And the first argument is about the rebuttals. The opposition side say that the space race, the space race, and even under the scene where human rights and dignity were often ignored, the advance in space exploration and the internet benefited all of the humanity. However, the space race is not for all people. This is for military hegemony, and this technological, regardless of the human conditions and the benefits, is limited for people in countries which wage a war, and those who are in losing countries or colonized is not cannot get benefit. Second argument is elaborating our argument. The human dignity is always essential. This is because of sustainability progress. For example, the surveillance technology that is ignores the privacy, even if there are temporary benefits. However, it is not widely adopted due to public backlash in democratic countries. And even if the progress speed will be slow, with the consideration of human dignity, it's okay. This is a democratic consensus of all people. That this is a full need. And comparing, last year comparing, why we always prioritize human dignity, this is preemptiveness and sacrifice. The sacrificing is occurring right now. No one knows what future holds.
You can go on. Okay, thank you very much, first speaker. Now, the second speaker of the opposition side, Sayaka-san, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. The question? Hello? Okay, nice. So for the proposition side, make 2 points. So the first one is the ethics should be the baseline or like the premise for development. But this is not always true because like if you look at any international development projects, it's not always 100% guaranteed that no one is affected by the intervention. For example, like when you develop highways, you have to relocate those people who are living there. But you know, of course they pay like compensation for those people, but you're not really 100% sure about their life after the intervention. They face poverty, they face like they lose jobs, and social bond can be really like scattered after the intervention. So you know, current project is not really promising no one is affected by this thing. So that means human dignity. We cannot really make sure preserving human dignity can be the baseline of all its development programs. And the second one is, so the development should be fair for all people, but we can expect a trickle-down effect. For example, we can say, you know, highway projects. It's always like enjoyed by higher income people first, who owns like cars and who has you know, money to travel around. But it eventually leads to like regional economic development, like making open up businesses, and those people can be middle class, but later on they can hire more like local people who used to be low income, and which can be a really good opportunity for those who used to earn like really less amounts of money, but eventually lead to like higher income increase after the expansion. So those developments does not necessarily at first target at all the people for the preserving human dignity, but it will benefit the overall economy, and yeah, so
That's our argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now this ends our constructive speeches. Can you give the speakers a big hand? Now I would like to ask the members on the floor to join us in this argument. You can make comments, ask questions, give your own opinions, okay, like you are free. But please try to limit your questions to 15 seconds. Okay? Please state your name, and if you have the floor debaters will answer your questions. But if you want to ask the other two debaters, please say so. So, can we start? Yes?
My question, hello, I'm Sabora. My question is to opposition first speaker. So you have essentially you have mentioned, and you have also mentioned economic and usefulness. In general, scientific and technological progress is for the economic and usefulness. How do you explain your essential at this point of economic usefulness in terms of other?
Thank you. We said that it is important, but it is not essential. So if we see the COVID-19 vaccine, China's technological rise, Qatar, UAE energy technology, and specifically Ukraine war time technological development, then we can understand that here human dignity is not much more important. Here other thing that is national security or economic benefit, any other things are important. Really important. So we cannot avoid the dignity, yes, but it's not essential. If we see the practical work, then we can understand that for scientific innovation, the main factor is economic benefit, social benefit, or national security are the much more important than human dignity. So it's better human dignity if we can maintain, but it's not important. It's much more important like scientific development. If there is no dignity, there is no scientific development, it's not correct. So if we see the history, then we can understand that industrial revolution for France or UK, we can understand that in the colonial era, there was many labor force labor. So that time economic development occurred. So scientific development occurred. So the dignity, human dignity is good, but it's not essential.
Thank you very much. Anybody from the opposition want to add any comments or speaker? Okay. Right. Can we have another question, please? Comments? Okay, Ambassador Lima, please.
I'd like to pose this question to the opposition side. What do you feel about people like Elon Musk?
Sorry, again, please.
What do you feel about people like Elon Musk?
It's a great question. Actually, Honorable Ambassador, I would like to thank you for this question. But at first, we can understand that they are contributing a lot for the humankind and for scientific progress. But if we consider that Elon Musk is considering equally the human dignity is not true. They are focusing on the economic benefit, profit, because he has a huge business. Business motive is that it's okay, profit is the first motive, and then we can do better for the human life. It's okay, but main force is the economic development, profit. So Elon Musk is good, but if we consider
their scientific progress, then we can understand that economic development, social benefit, economic profit is much more important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes?
My question is to the proposition. So, as we know that in the medical field, when it all started, it was practiced on a human being. So, how do you explain that scientific full benefits cannot be shared, full benefits that we achieved of scientific technological progress, where it is a clear evidence of human being evaluation? Anyone can answer to the proposition.
Actually, my question here shows the importance of the dignity, the sense, and ethics of each actual field, not only medicine. But now we're speaking about vaccination. We can see in many countries, in COVID-19 era, actually, many companies and many researchers started to restrict their vaccination or their the research about these things. So, what you are saying about the technological dignity shows the importance actually of this field. So how can we enhance the ethics of people or researchers in this field? So showing the progress in the research, and at the same time we have many examples actually about this, but it's very essential to see the dignity, the technology and innovation. So
what I understand from your question is how can we advance in medical without trampling dignity, right? But there are other ways in order for us to advance medically. We can advance without doing human experiments, but it will take a slower process. But we are not gonna do something that there's we're not gonna sacrifice something today that there's no certainty in the future. Like you're trying to experiment something right now, but there's no actual support in the future. So what we are trying to say, there are other ways that we can advance without stepping over the human dignity. That's what we are pointing out. It may take a slower path, but at least we are not sacrificing anything right now without for a future that we don't know. I think that's how we would like to answer your question.
Thank you. With the opposition side, I'd like to make a comment on this issue. No, okay. Right. Any other comments? Questions? Yes?
Yes, thank you for delightful debate. I'd like to ask you the proportion side. Basically, the debate doesn't start the scientific and the technological progress. So I'd like to ask you when should we this issue? When should we consider this issue? What to say? For example, in the energy transition, we developed some new technology innovation. We installed to the implement to the real in the reality. So we have to consider this motion. So I'd like just to when should we consider this problem, this motion?
You were talking about the motion of scientific and technological progress. So can you clarify? I get it, but not 100%. Can you clarify more your question?
This debate doesn't start the no technological scientific progress. So if the scientific progress is start, at the any time, any place. Should we consider when should we consider this program in the long term?
To consider what?
Consider this motion. When this motion will start.
Okay, thank you for the question. I'm trying to answer. Yeah. So we should consider human dignity throughout the entire process of science and technological progress. Of course, recognizing the technology changes rapidly, we should always recognize those change of situation, because as the guidelines and dignity, consideration must be incorporated from the very beginning of research process and during process and the use. So when applying this process, so yeah, in my conclusion, we should incorporate long term of the beginning of the lifetime cycle until end of life cycle.
As a previously said, the people have an incentive to innovate, to protect the human security. So the private company, government, researchers have the incentive to innovate and technological projects. In this situation, we not only as human beings, rather than technological projects because of that.
Okay. Ambassador Yamada.
I'm going to ask the Japanese member of the population side. How does Japan stand in terms of the motion that we have proposed? Are we doing well, or we have a very long way to go?
Now, Japan can do this much well.
Has it done well, or
has it done well or not? In our opinion,
don't worry, this is not your job.
Just in my opinion, or Japan. Partially can partially do better, but yeah, of course there has been already been problem about the physical problem and technological progress. So, but the culture, the unique point in the relatively Japanese tend to take priority to human dignity related than other countries, I think. This is just my opinion.
Can I add something as a point for Japanese? Yeah, actually, I wanted to say something think about that. I believe actually, if I want to assess myself or to do assessment, here you are asking about the Japanese, or you are doing well or not. So I think for Japanese, he cannot assess himself because he didn't involve in any foreign system. So I think if he saw the other perspective, he can assess himself. Where are we here from the other countries, like as a foreigner now, I'm from Egypt or any other countries here, so we can see our different systems between here and there. So we can differentiate between the difference between here in Japan and other countries. So we can see the different perspectives. We can feel that because I already, for myself, I felt that in my country I'm here. So in terms of ethics and in terms of these things, actually, you are doing well. So for here in Japan, here I think the students already they feel that, but they will touch that more if they saw another perspective for any student here try to travel to any country and so many systems. So we can judge at the time. But now I look at him as the same system since he was a child and kid, and now he's in university, so the same system. So he didn't see many perspectives actually. So firstly, he has to see many perspectives to judge after that. But now his judgment will not be fair actually because he didn't try to travel to US or any other country.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is precisely what this session is about. Learning.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more question or comment. Would somebody from the opposition side like to comment on any of the questions?
Yes, I would like to say something. Thank you. My friend Usama proved that innovation is not essential, it's good. Because if we consider Japan is maintaining as much as possible human dignity. But just the neighbor, China is one of the leader for AI, but we know their human rights condition. So I think it is good if any country can maintain the human dignity with the scientific development or scientific progress. But in the practical world, we can see that, like China, they are one of the leader for AI. If we see that, he said that energy transition. If we see that energy for energy transition, there are many investment for scientific research in Qatar, UAE, the Middle East, but they are not democratic country. There are many human rights rules. And if we see the Ukraine war, it is not possible to maintain the human dignity. But because of the war, they have to invent drone or like that to compete the opposition. So there are many scientific inventions. There is no human dignity properly maintained. So our answer is human dignity is good, but it's not essential for scientific development. I think every one of these sessions will concept with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. This about rounds up the floor debate. Would anybody else, other than the, how about you? Okay. Right, thank you very much. So I will close the floor debate. Now we will sum up the debate by asking the opposition side to start on the reply speech. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. So I will summarize all the argument presented so far. Firstly, the proposition part, the find that define human dignity as a value and rights of every people, and to ensure all the social and scientific advancements to all these people. And based on this definition, they stated that progress without dignity is nothing more than exploitation. It will only be beneficial to the selected few, powerful few. But we think that if we look at the reality, we have to uphold this statement. We have basically two reasons to support our idea. Firstly, the most important part is that human dignity is important, but it's not first priority. No project, no policy can be made without economic benefit or economic development. And we introduced some good illustrations. Firstly, in the case of China, which is a global leader of AI, but they disregard the human rights. And also, in the case of Middle East countries, they invest in green energy at the expense of demographics. Our second statement is that all the economic development has been made at the expense of human dignity. For example, in the case of infrastructure, some people must be relocated, but we can we can recover this by compensating those people. For these two reasons, we say that human dignity is important, but it's not the first priority. It's not always essential. That's why we support this motion.
Thank you very much. Opposition side now. The final speaker, the last speaker is from the opposition side. You have 2 minutes.
There are two questions, one evaluation of the achievement, and to define the benefits of benefits of achievement. Opponent user benefits are being shared, and substantially without conservation of human dignity. But we are that this we reach as a point two. While opponent define the economic benefits and so they are exactly for scientific advancement. They are going to the benefits and cure the growth of the and the opponents argues that we can share scientific progress without considering human dignity, but their theory is only short-term and local. Without the global and long-term perspective, in equality and to social stability, sharing scientific progress must be sustainable, and sustainability is impossible without and this makes our argument so. That's the point that we keep it subject. Scientific point is local right now, but no one controls the future. In other words, now sacrifice is surely local. And we cannot share the public benefit here as we cannot do it. Sacrifice is local. I don't know if we can save more people than so why is it not explain that why can sure that we can get that benefits therefore, we still propose the motion.
Thank you very much, both sides, for an excellent debate. Okay, give them a big hand. Now, I ask the audience to consider both sides and the motion, and not based on what you think, but which side persuaded you more? Which side had a stronger argument? Okay. Please look back at the debate. You have 5 minutes to make a decision. You don't have to discuss. This is an individual ballot. Okay. So each of you will be raising your hands. Okay, thank you very much. Now, I'd like to take a vote As you probably know, you can see from the motion, there is no right answer. There is no answer. Okay? But which party did you vote? There may not be, these people may not be really for this motion, but they try to oppose the motion. Yes? And the same for the opposition. Okay, for those who voted for the proposition to do the debate, can you raise your hand? Okay, 3. Okay, opposition then? 4. Okay, 3 against 4. You have the vote of the ambassador. So, okay, congratulations to the opposition. You won the debate. Well done for the first debate. You have 2 more debates. You have 1 more debate. Right, so I want you to, both sides, shake hands before you depart. Thank you. Before we start the last session, I would like to ask Sensei to give your comment on today's debate and your opinion, perhaps, for this motion.
I think it's too difficult to comment on it, but I just have my personal thoughts. I always, I'm a classic old mind that I always love the word rights. So I always am very sensitive to the difference between ethic rights and dignity. I don't know. I'm a little bit skeptical of ethics because which one do you think is ethic, rights, and dignity? Which one do you think it holds you accountable? My thought is right. So if you violate ethics, you can just, I'm sorry, I violated ethics, but I'm not going to pay you, compensate, or be hold accountable. But if you violate rights, you'll be charged, you'll be pinned down. I don't know about dignity, whether you violate dignity. The proposition told like dignity is a combination of rights and so I noted that. But I'm always very sensitive when some people say AI ethics. I think this is BS. It's my personal, because if you start lowering the bar from rights downward, it's a red carpet. But I'm not sure. I'm very old, classic. I'm a rights fundamentalist in a way that it's one of the best things that human history has created before democracy. So yeah, I'm a little sensitive. So if whenever we talk about ethics, rights, and dignity, I really want to share my thoughts. Like I'll be always sensitive. Like, is this person using the word ethics so that you don't have to talk about rights? Follow ethics. That's enough. Don't talk to me about whether I follow rights or not. So yeah, just one comment. I always be sensitive. And also one thing, ethic, rights, and dignity, not just personal ethic, rights, and dignity, but collective rights and ethics. I think this is going to be extremely important in the coming decades. So collective rights, collective ethics, collective dignity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for staying for the debate. It's wonderful to have you. Alaska, would you like to make a final comment?
Actually, I was very impressed by the way you debated many for the first time. And I admire you. I admire your courage and determination to present your case and to do it logically, coherently. Having said that, there are several things which you might think about. Some of you have spoken too long on making one point. Think about say what you need to say in the smallest number of words possible. Think about catchy phrases and not to the extent of losing your logic, but some expressions are catchier, easier to understand when you hear them. So that you can practice. And at the same time, the professor made a very important point about ethics, rights, and dignity. Ethics does have the sound of riding on a moral high horse. At least as far as I'm concerned. I don't want to claim that I'm a very ethical person because of the impression that I might give. But we do talk about ethics and equity in debating. And that's from that viewpoint, Donald Trump is an absolute failure. We'll thank him in terms of not following the ethical standards in debate. That's acceptable. Because I think you all are, ladies and gentlemen, if I may use that expression, and follow ethical standards in debate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll see you again tomorrow.
So let's give a big hand to Ms. Okada for leading us today and sharing and guiding us in the debate. And this is all for today. We finished the first day. And now some logistical details. Okay? So everyone please leave the translation receiver and the name tag on the table. Please don't bring it back. Please leave it on the table. And those staying in the Keihana Plaza Hotel, the hotel bus will arrive at the entrance and leave around 6:10. So we will move to the entrance together, so please be here at 6, okay, for the hotel people. And for Japanese students staying in the residence here, since we have lecture tomorrow starting at 10, so please come here by 9:50 tomorrow morning. Okay. So thank you for your participation and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow again. Okay, have a nice evening. And sorry, some more information for
I have something to tell the Japanese students, so I will come. 日本人の方がそんななんですけれども、全然なんですけれども、映画の命ですけれども、